Welcome back to the Build Show. Oh, we're going to loop through, I see. Gotta fix that. It was almost cool, guys. Almost cool. Yeah. Just started from the top. No. There it is. Welcome back to the Build Show. I am your host over here at the Empower Gaming Studio. And, that was weird. Maybe it was something on my glasses. I don't know. I'm your host over here at the Empower Gaming Studio. Today we're going to be building a couple of PCs. Jordan says, let's go. Did I get your name right? Oh, no, I see what you did there. Never mind. Forget it. I got it right. Welcome, Tony. Welcome back to the Build Show. Masonic. Welcome back to the Build Show. Jordan, welcome to the Build Show. I'm glad you made it. Epic Gamer, welcome back to the Build Show. Mugshot, finally made it to a live. Welcome to a Build Show. To the Build Show. Tonight, we are going to start off with building Jordan's PC. There's a little bit of a story behind Jordan's PC. Jordan had another PC, and that PC was on a very old it was on a very old, what do you call it? Boy, I just need more caffeine or something tonight. It was on an old motherboard. It was a Z390, and his CPU was getting pegged at 100%. Thank you for becoming a supporter, Masonic. So his CPU was pegged at like 100% during gaming. So it was kind of it was a good time for upgrade. So we talked about saving some of the cost by utilizing a power supply that they actually just replaced on the old system, which is, so it's a brand new 750 watt MSI power supply. And then the graphics card, here I can move myself out of the way so we can actually see. The graphics card is an RTX 3070 Ti by Asus. So it's an Asus TUF Gaming. So this is still a great card. You know, it's 8 gigs of VRAM. It'll pretty much play whatever he wants in 1080p still. So, and you could probably run 1440p on it still, a little bit, probably with lower settings, but for the most part, still a very capable card. So instead of investing in the graphics card and the power supply, we saved that cost, and we invested on getting him over to a AIM-5 platform, which is very much so upgradable for the next few years. So he'll be able to upgrade for the next few years already on a very nice Ryzen 7 9800X3D on the B850 motherboard, which is the latest and greatest platform from AMD. And we also got him 32 gigs of DDR5 RAM with a 2 terabyte 990 EVO Plus Samsung SSD. And then, of course, the Thermalright contact frame we'll be using. And we'll be cooling the CPU with, looks like I have the box upside down, but the Thermalright Frozen Note, which is a 360 millimeter AIO. Originally, he brought his computer in because it was overheating, and it was because his Kraken NZXT pump had died. And after I had taken it apart, I found out that the fans were put on incorrectly on the front of the case, and it was also inside an NZXT H510, I think it was. One of those really old ATX mid towers. When I say really old, it's only, what, 4 or 5 years old now. But anyway, the pump died, and it was no longer moving liquid, or there just was a lack of liquid in the loop, so it wouldn't move. Because I actually got it to work when I laid the PC down, so I think it was actually a lack of liquid in the loop that was causing it to overheat. So I originally quoted him, just let's replace the AIO, and then we kind of stumbled through, well, my CPU's pegged at 100% when I'm in game, so which I could very easily see. I think it was a Ryzen, or I'm sorry, an Intel i5 9th generation processor. So it was definitely showing its age in game. So it was time to move on to a newer platform, and there is no better platform to move over to, in my opinion, right now, than the AM5 platform, because this really sets him up for future upgrades. So it's the better investment for future upgrades. Now, next upgrade he could do is a graphics card, because he's got a 750 watt 80 plus gold power supply by MSI, and it has PCIe 5.0 support on it. So literally the system would be ready to drop in all the way up to like a 5070, maybe a 5070 Ti on that power supply, all the way up to that. And yeah, so it overall this is going to be a much better gaming experience and protect his ability to upgrade in the future for quite some time. He was also running a very, very small SSD, so all that pain and suffering from that old system is now gone. We are going to be gaming in style on this new build. But thank you, Masonic, for the support over there on the YouTube channel. Much appreciated. Good evening, everyone. Good morning from Greece. It's 2 a.m. over there. Good morning. What's up, Tony? Welcome back to the Build Show. I think I already called that out earlier. I can't remember, though. I'm getting old. So you guys ready to do this? Because this isn't the only build we're doing tonight. We're doing 2 builds today, which is why I'm starting early, or earlier than normal. So here we go. Let's build this for Jordan. I hope you enjoy this. Let me know if you have any questions in the chat while we go through. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. That is why the graphics card is out of the box and looks used, is because this came out of his old build. I did clean it up already a little bit. The only thing I didn't do is take it apart and replace thermal paste, which is the only other thing I could have done to this. But I actually haven't been able to really test the card out to see if it needs it or not. So I'm gonna get it built and then we'll test it out and see if it actually needs new thermal paste on the card, and if it does, I'll take it apart and do that. All right, so let's get the motherboard out and get started here. I have you on Facebook and the YouTube channel together at the same time, my friend. Thank you. Yeah, I do see you over there on Facebook as well. Unfortunately, Facebook just doesn't get a ton of attention, but Jameson over there on Facebook as well. Thank you for the like. Tony says, I've been playing 4K with my 4070 and it's actually doing pretty darn well. 4K looks amazing. Yeah, the 4070 I think can hold its own. 4070 Ti a little bit better because I think it has that extra VRAM, but obviously it's going to do a little better. But it will hold its own. All right, let's zoom in here and we'll get the CPU installed, our contact frame, and then we'll get our memory installed and then our SSD. And then we can move on to the case. So this build should go pretty quick. I think the most time-consuming thing on this build is going to be installing the bottom fans that we have, which are reverse blades on the case, which I didn't really talk about the case. We're using the Game Diaz Atlas case, which is basically the Montech XR case. Basically the same case, except I could get this one here faster. It was a little bit more expensive, but again, I could get it here faster, so made more sense to order that one, because I know Jordan was really itching to get this done fast. Hey, what's up, Chef? Chefy Tech? Welcome back to the Build Show. Kenneth, welcome back to the Build Show. Come on in, enjoy your Saturday evening with me. Ouch. All right, so now that we have the CPU installed, we're going to go ahead and get our contact frame out and get that installed. Jeff, what's up, man? Over there on the Twitch side, too. Jordan, yes. Been gaming, having gaming withdrawals, you're my hero. Sorry it took so long to get the parts here. Unfortunately, we were waiting. The parts are, all of these parts showed up today, so we were pushing it. Which these were supposed to be done, or these were supposed to, or this was supposed to be Saturday's build, and the second build we're going to be doing today is the grand finale. But that build we were supposed to do yesterday, and the build that we did yesterday was supposed to be done Thursday, but that's the delay in shipping and having, so everything says be there by, and then it's always like 1 day late. So I'm just gonna start telling people like 2 days after the actual delivery date. Set better expectations. I don't know why I didn't do that in the beginning, but or you know what, Thursday's build that we did yesterday, the reason why I didn't do it Thursday was because we didn't have the thermal paste or the contact frame that I needed, that I wanted for the build, and he didn't order it, and I didn't know he didn't order it, so that's why I ended up ordering that and waiting till Friday. That was not a shipping delay, that was a, oops, we don't have this. That was a bring your own parts scenario too, so. So we've just installed our Ryzen 7 9800X3D, along with our Thermalright AM5 contact frame. Next up, we're going to be installing 32 gigs of DDR5, 6000 megahertz, and I believe this was CL30. That's C30, so I think it is a CL30 kit. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was CL30 when I ordered it. But yeah, if you're rolling in with some of this new today, you're spending some high dollars. Even a 32 gig kit's like $300, which is absolutely stupid. Thanks, AI. I guess in order for us to make Terminator, we must sacrifice our, which is Skynet, by the way. We must sacrifice our gaming memory prices. I need more espresso. Espresso. I also need the espresso. Please send me some. Is Arctic MX6 better than I wouldn't say it's better than Duronot. Duronot. Always call it Duronot. Sorry. Bad habits. Duronot. I would say it's about the same. If you want like the best of the best thermal paste, it's gonna be the Thermal Grizzly Cryonaut Extreme. In my opinion, that's like the best of the best. I will say getting picky with your DDR5 memory these days is becoming more and more difficult. For example, when I tell people go find the RAM on your QVL list, it's getting harder to do that. Harder and harder to do that. All right, next up is our 2 terabyte Samsung 990 EVO Plus, which is a Gen 4 SSD, M.2 SSD, which we're going to install on the motherboard here. This is what I was talking about, Jordan. On your old system, you had a M.2 SSD, which you couldn't find on the back because it's an M.2 on the motherboard. So you can see an example. Your new SSD will be under this panel here, which is called a heatsink. That takes the heat off of the SSD and distributes it. What I can't remember is, and I do this every time I build on this board, because I just draw, once I get to this point, I draw a blank and I'm like, which slot do I put it in without impacting this guy, which is our PCIe bus for our graphics card? And I'm pretty sure the answer is this one right here. Does anybody remember? Jeff, maybe you remember. This is a Gigabyte B850 Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7. Difference between the 990 Pro and that NVMe, there's not that much of a difference. Honestly, I feel like this is a slightly cheaper SKU by Samsung, but and it's slightly slower, meaning under the long, if you're doing a long copy, I think the 990 will hold its performance longer than this one, is ultimately what it comes down to. But I mean, if it's just for gaming, this is more than enough. Looking now, all right. I thought maybe you would know off the top of your head, because I can't remember. I can't. I'm getting old. What is memory for 500, please? I have a bad case of CRS. But yeah, I would say for gaming purposes, this is a excellent drive. The 990 is more of a, it's more of, you get more of a benefit if you're doing like video editing with 990 Pro. So if you're moving around large data, files, if you're doing video editing, that's where you're really going to see a benefit with the 990 Pro, in my opinion, versus this one. So if it was a video editor, I would tell them to go with the 990 Pro. If it's just gamer, I would just get 990 EVO Plus. It's perfectly fine. I believe it's the middle one. I also believe it's the middle one, Robert. And welcome back to the Build Show. I'm like 99.9% sure. Chef over on Twitch is checking for it. He's also on YouTube, I guess. But I'm 99% sure we put it in this middle one. Nice. Didn't realize I was muted. How long was I muted? Yes, the X870 would have more bus than the B850. Correct. You have the X870E though? Yeah, I've built with this board before, and I'm pretty sure I ended up putting it in the middle one after looking it up. I could go, you know what? Let me go look it up. Because I know this could be stupid tricky. I'm just going to double verify. Chef over on Twitch says it doesn't really matter on this board. Okay, so it made sense to put it where I put it anyway, because basically the top slot is a Gen 5 slot. So if he does buy a Gen 5 drive, which the CPU and the motherboard supports, he could just drop it in the top slot, whereas the bottom two slots are Gen 4. So he can use the we have a Gen 4 drive and it's only going to go up to Gen 4. So it doesn't make sense to fill it in the PCIe Gen 5 slot. So this way, putting it in the middle slot made more sense because that left the PCIe Gen 5 slot available for future storage. So he could buy a Gen 5 drive and put it in the top slot, and then it would run at Gen 5 speed and not have to move his other drive. Not that it's very difficult to do so, but it makes sense to do that, right? Masonic says, how was your day, Ben? So my day, I know I started talking about it while I was muted, but so I basically just built out quotes and then started a cleanup process over here. because I have a ton of stuff in here and I need to get rid of a bunch of this stuff, which is probably why you saw some Discord posts of I have 200 AMD Wraith Stealth Wraith air coolers, stock coolers. So if anybody needs any of those coolers, like I keep saying, come get them, please, because I don't know what to do with them. I have like 200 of them, no joke. And anyway, I'm just cleaning up back here, getting ready for the Christmas rush, because there's going to be a lot of hardware that comes through here during the holidays. And I've got nowhere to put it. So I need to clean it up, make some space. So that's what I was mostly focused on today. And then also finishing the PC that we built yesterday, which, just a quick update. He did buy another fan, which is showing up Tuesday, so we'll finish that on Tuesday. And then we also have another GPU support bracket coming for the graphics card that'll fit it. What is the Gen 5 drive? Jordan, the Gen 5 drive is a step up from the drive that you have here, which is the newest, latest, and greatest, but it's also double the cost. So, for example, a 1 terabyte drive would cost the same cost as a 2 terabyte Gen 4 drive. Pretty much is what you're looking at. So it's a lot faster when it comes to boot times and moving data and downloading things and stuff like that. It's a much faster drive, so because there's more bandwidth it can work with, which is why it's faster. So PCI Gen 4 is plentiful enough for just PC gaming. It's going to be already, let's see here, you had a SATA, or you had an M.2 SSD previously, but it was a Gen 3 SSD, so you're already going to be like 7 times faster than that Gen 3 drive that you had in your old system. We'll have to grab an 8 terabyte 9100 Pro and see if it's faster. We just did that in the other one. I mean, that motherboard with the 96 gigs, or yeah, it was 96 gigs of RAM, takes forever to boot or post anyway, so this system will post and boot faster than the other system. Just because of the RAM. But yes, Chef, you are right. It does not matter which slot we put it on this B850 by Gigabyte, which is the Gigabyte B850 Aorus Elite Wi-Fi 7, for the record. Gotcha, thanks. You're welcome. Which has another slot, the PCIe, so it might be different. It actually is not different. It made sense to put it in the middle one, Robert, so good call. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the next step, which is getting the case out. Because we have the Thermalright Frozen Note, we're going to be using the stock brackets that are on the motherboard for mounting the cooler. I'm going to go ahead and set this over here, and we're going to get the case out. Which, by the way, this is the Game Diaz Atlas. The Atlas M1, which does include a screen on the side, so he'll be able to keep track of his temps from the screen on the side. Which I think is only hardware controlled. But it's basically a fancier version of the XR by Montech, or the Sky 2, but more of the XR look. I think it's pretty good value. We might have to rotate the fans. Not a big fan of where they put the cables. Kind of weird, but I'll show you. toolless entry. There's no screws. You just lift up from the top side of the glass and lift away. The front panel, I'm pretty sure, is just a push out, lift up as well. And then the back panel is 2 thumb screws. And it slides towards the back. The back side of this case also includes a massive ARGB and PWM hub for your fans. So we are going to add 3 more fans, and it will plug directly into this, which will make it really easy. I'm also probably going to connect the RGB from the cooler to this, so that way if he pushes the hardware control button, which is this reset button, then he'll be able to control all the RGB with the click of 1 button if he wanted to do it from the button. And then if he wants to sync it back up to the software, he just holds the button down and it should sync it back to the motherboard software, which is going to be the Gigabyte Control Center. So, really, really easy setup here. And it does look like we're going to be using 1 USB 2.0 header for that screen. There might be software related to it. I'm actually not sure. Excuse me. This is what I was talking about, is kind of weird. But they're not bad. Not bad where they are, but we are going to keep the fans in here. We are going to use them. But do notice this is lined up for a micro ATX board, so add some studs. Wow. They're definitely expecting us to put a micro ATX board in this. And it concerns me. You have the 9100 Pro in my editing rig, and it renders so fast versus the 990 Pro. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is 9100 Pro is way more geared for... There's way more benefit for, like, video editors. For gaming, it's not that big of a deal. You're not going to notice that big of a difference. Case uses the Zeus Cast software for the HW monitor. Nice. Actually, never used that before. Have you built with this, Chef, before? Sorry, I know my elbow's in the way, but trying to get this thread started. All right. So now that we have all of our studs in the right place on this case, we can bring the motherboard over. We can drop the board in. Gently, of course. Poor choice of words. No, you looked it up? Gotcha. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it came with a software option or if you could just run it via hardware, which I almost would prefer to just run it hardware because it's one less piece of software to have to deal with. But it's okay, we can get it going. We'll get it installed. Oh. Oh, yeah. That one just does not want to line up. All right, so we've got all 9 of our motherboard screws in to all 9 of our mounts, all in the right places. Thank you for the converted Prime sub to a Tier 1 sub, Chef. Much appreciated. It's kind of an upgrade. Over there on the Twitch side. Thank you. So, now that we have that completed, we can focus on getting our front panel connectors plugged in. We can get our EPS cables plugged in, which I might just install the power supply, to be honest. And then once we get that completed, we can get our bottom fans installed and then tackle the cooler. Oh, crap, I just remembered. To install this, and nobody reminded me. Not that I told anybody to remind me. I meant to install this, or at least the pegs for it, because his Asus TUF 3070 Ti did not have any support, and it had some pretty bad sag, and I'm kind of scared actually to try to support it now, because it's been sagged for so long. So this will kind of help me put it where it needs to be without damaging it, hopefully, and give it a little bit of love, support. We might be able to get it pretty close to level. The sag's not that bad, but it was very noticeable. So I meant to grab this support bracket and put it in. So instead I put 2 screws in there, which is going to be fun. I bet this one threaded wrong. I felt it funny. Nope, came out just fine. Thank God. Thank goodness. Sorry about the unfortunate shift here. Kind of like the squirrel mentality. Squirrel. This was an afterthought. I didn't think of adding this to the build until afterwards. But thankfully, I have a few of these here, so when I see them for like $10 or $11, I buy a bunch of them. All right, so now that that bracket's in, when we go to put the graphics card in, we can easily just put the support underneath it later on down the road here. Moved over there. We'll come back to that piece when we get to the card. So where were we? What's the anti-sag for? Like the graphics card was sagging? Correct. So your graphics card should be in line with this slot here, and it was sagging downwards on an angle. Here, I'll show you. So if you look, you might even be able to see it. You can even maybe see the sag or the results of the sag, but it would sag. It was sagging down like this. We want it to be as straight as possible. As a sag, what that does is it puts stress on your board because it's no longer flat, and then it will make things deball or separate connections on the board that are very small to begin with, because it's not meant to do that. So it's very important to always make sure your card is supported, especially if it's a heavier card like this one. So I did want to make sure we have that on there so we could extend the life of the card. USB 3 is there, USB-C is here, front panel, USB 2.0, got some fan headers, RGB, HD audio. Kind of know where everything's at. Now we're going to send all our cables through to the back, or to the front, from the back to the front. That's neat, yeah. Definitely a good thing to do. Don't worry about the mess of these cables. We will get these cleaned up later. But for now, I'm just gonna float around. You guys see that? This USB 3.0 connector has a 90-degree bend, which is kind of OP. All right, now that we have all those fed through, we can flip it over. Right now I'm just getting all these front panel connectors plugged in. A whole bunch of them. From the power switch to the HD LED to the LED in general to the RGB to the HD audio. Go. Then we're just tucking the cables, extra cables back down in. Stays nice and neat on this side. Ultimately, that is what matters here. And then that's what we get. All these cables down here plugged in and right there. So next is our EPS cables up here at the top. And in order for us to do that currently, because the power supply's already got all the cables plugged in, rather than doing double the work, I'm just gonna put the power supply in. I'm also gonna see if all the cables are here. If they are, I'm just going to throw them on there. No point in keeping them in the bag. And we can just tuck them in there. That way, cables will always be with the computer and they won't get lost. And we're going to do the fan facing down. Well, thank you for taking care of that. Was the 850 watt power supply not working if I attempted to clean it? I think you said something about a warranty and not wanting to use it anyway since it's old. Yeah, I don't recommend using it. I would much rather you run the newer power supply in the new build. But what I did do was I cleaned up your 850 watt and I put it back in the old system so that the old system can also run. Because I know you'd mentioned you want to be able to get back into the old computer. So I put everything back together and made it so you can run on the onboard video along with the old power supply. So it's all functioning. Also with a stock Intel air cooler, which I have like 50 of them here. So I just threw it in there to make it work. So you have a fully functional old computer without a graphics card. So you'll be able to access that as you need. You could actually drop a graphics card back in there and resell that if you wanted to. You need to pick up a graphics card for it. Or you could just sell it as is after you get your data off of it. But one of the benefits to the newer power supply versus the old power supply is the newer power supply has this thing right here. which is important for newer graphics cards. This is a PCIe Gen 5, or also known as a 12-volt high-power connector. Your old power supply does not have that, so that means you would have to adapt to it. I prefer, when you're running this style of cable, to have a direct connection from the power supply to the graphics card. No extensions, no adapters in between. That's usually what I recommend, unless it's like a strimmer, which makes sense to do that, or an extension that you have to do. But even then, just buy a longer cable. But that's usually what I recommend, because this one's only 450 watts, but some of the bigger power supplies, it could go up to 600 watts. It's running through the cable, and the least amount of failure points, the better, because it doesn't exist. The failure point doesn't exist. So this newer power supply sets you up for better future upgrades with that connection being available, versus the old one doesn't have that. And for anybody that's wondering why we're having a conversation about the power supply, is because he brought in his old system and he had upgraded the power supply or swapped it out, thinking that was part of the problem, which it could have been. I don't know. And we ended up using the new power supply that he had in the old system for the new build to save him some money, so we didn't have to buy another power supply. It just made sense to do that. That's why we're talking about the power supply. He's just asking about it. We went back and forth on what parts we were going to use and recommend. Alright. This. There are EPS cables. That's another thing, is this power supply does have the 2 EPS cables, whereas that one I don't think it did. I just had the one, if I remember correctly. Maybe I'm wrong. The EVGA power supply that you had in there. We'll get those. Oh, I got something wrong with my elbow. I don't remember. Hold on one second. Okay. Oop, I left that up. We're back. Sorry, guys. So you'll see later why it was important for me to put those cables in up there. Once we put the cooler in, it gets really hard to get your fingers in. So that's why we want to cables in first before we put the cooler in. Because once we get that cooler in, it's almost impossible to get your fingers around these heat sinks to get these connections in there. Very difficult. I don't have small fingers. Mine are big and clunky. I always cut my fingers when I'm working on computers. All right, so next is we have 3 additional fans that we're going to add to the bottom here. I'm actually going to remove this rubber grommet so it doesn't get sucked up into the blade and make a dirt bike noise. But 3 fans that are going to go here. The case did not, I will call this out, the Game Diaz case did not supply the right screws for mounting these fans, so I will have to supply my own screws, which is fine. Have them here somewhere. Sorry, bud. Oh, got a plethora of screws. And these are the 3 fans that we're going to be installing, which are reversed blade Thermalright TLC12RB-SV2. That is a mouthful, I know, but all you need to know is that these are fans and they spin and they do the same RGB as the rest of the fans. They look cool and they keep your system cool. Finally, home from work. Did I miss the power supply sniffing? I did not sniff this power supply because it is a used power supply. Came from their previous build. I'm not going to sniff it. I refuse to sniff the used ones. The new ones is where you get the, you know, the real new power supply smell from. But don't worry, Roy, we are doing a second build tonight, so, which is why I started early. So there's another opportunity for a power supply sniff. So the difference between reverse blade and non-reverse blade is the fact that if I put the fan like this, the airflow is actually going to be intake, versus if it wasn't a reverse blade, we'd have to install it like this. And so the aesthetics would show these black frames. So instead, we're going to have all the fans matching the same direction, but the airflow is going to be all correct. So our side is going to be intake, our bottom is going to be intake, our rear is going to be exhaust, and our top is going to be exhaust. So that is the direction of the airflow that you want for this case. And that is what we're getting. So what I'm going to do is route these cables through the grommets and get them plugged in the back after we get them mounted. Insane fan name, what's sniffing? It's pretty new. Bought it one day before it came to you. Okay, I'm joking about that. It's a joke. I think there was one time during a stream I sniffed a power supply, and now everybody makes fun of me because I sniffed a power supply. All I did was go. Now everybody makes fun of me. Hey, this looks like heaven. PC building, yes, it's PC building, and welcome to the build show for the first time, or at least the first time chat. But yeah, we're building 2 PCs tonight, so grab some popcorn, whatever your preferred snack is. This one's gonna go late. We actually started early, believe it or not. We got 2 builds to do tonight, so we're almost more than halfway through, I'd say, on the first one. And then we'll be tackling the second one here, right after this one, which is Beast coming up here too. So, a lot of Beast builds. Thank you for the follow over there on the Twitch. Snipping a brand new PC is just a thing PC builders do. Kind of like the new car smell. If you ever get into a brand new car and you smell it. That's kind of what, you know, brand new power supplies smell like. It's got that distinct new power supply smell. I love PCs, bro. We all love PCs here, so you've come to the right place. Everybody here loves these. You are in the right place. I'm also, just so you're aware, I stream to YouTube, Twitch, Kick, and Facebook all at the same time, so I'm not talking to myself, just an FYI. There's other chat windows. Also, we have a Discord channel, which is a really cool place to hang out and ask questions or just chat about PCs and game. We also game. Thank you for the follow over there on the Twitch. William? Bro, I discussed about PCs to random streamers and they have no idea what I'm saying. I finally found someone I could chat about PCs. Yeah, I do a ton of builds here. And if you type !Discord in the chat, that should get you the Discord link. If you wanted to join the Discord also. Good place to like stay in touch and where I post most of my updates regarding when I'm going live, how I'm going live, who I'm going live. And or just talking hardware in general. We post deals and all sorts of fun stuff in there. We're like, hey, this case is on sale, go grab them, especially if you're like a PC builder and you like building and flipping PCs. Cool little community of us nerds, I'd say. If that Discord link didn't work on... It was broken yesterday. I'll get you the link and send it over. Uno momento. Look at these screws. The screws need to be in the hole right now. Yeah? Trying to find all matching screws. This is just a... Could have just... random radiator screws. I don't know why it's not focusing. There we go. Anyway, enough about the bucket. Let's get you that link. We game. Ben just goes to bed. Yeah, I don't typically stay up. If I do, I'm just playing Minesweeper. There it is. I think I have the link. Nope, that is a redirect link from YouTube. It'll probably take you to the right place, but let me give you the right link, because that's just stupid. Ignore that. I don't know why Streamlabs is broken over on Twitch. I'm gonna have to probably like sign out and sign back in or something, or re-authenticate. I don't know. But now I feel like I missed some experience. Nah. You didn't miss anything. Hey, Ant-Man, welcome back to the Build Show. All right, so now that we've got the fans in the case with the screws and now lined up, we can actually proceed with installing them. Yeah, tightening down the screws. We've got 25 screws to do here, so hold on. Might take me 3 business days. Also, if you're doing this in a micro ATX case, I do recommend Mr. Stubby. Oh, Mr. Stubby, where'd you go? Mr. Stubby is a very small handle. Allows you to get small places, which I, for some reason, have lost or misplaced Mr. Stubby. Actually concerns me because I like to have Mr. Stubby on hand. Anyway, it's a very short screwdriver where you can get it in really tight, small places. Come over to the YouTube. Yeah, Tat, I don't know why. Streamlabs just refuses to communicate with Twitch right now. Not sure why. It did that yesterday to us. And I thought it was because it said I was streaming for like 10 hours, but I was only streaming for like 3 hours yesterday, so. Oh, look, the Discord. So the auto Streamlab, oh, that's annoying. So it's the commands that's just not working, but the auto bot, that's actually what I need to name it. That works. So what the H? I don't know. If anybody knows Streamlabs, please come help me. Please help me. I'm not like a Streamlabs expert. I'm kind of just breaking stuff as I figure it out. I probably broke something putting something on that I thought was cool, or enabling something. There we go. We got our fans installed. Yes, the logos on the stickers look different, but once they're spinning, you won't be able to notice. So, not that big of a deal. So yeah. Next up, let's get a cooler installed. Shall we? Stubbies need love too bad. I know! Where'd my Mr. Stubby go? Who was here? Did I leave him in my tool bag? Possible one of the girls stole Mr. Stubby. That means they're fixing something they probably shouldn't be touching. Yeah, I have no idea where it went. Next, do you know where Mr. Stubby went? Don't look at me like you're stupid. You know what I'm talking about. Where's Mr. Stubby? He's pretending like he doesn't know. He probably took it. Anyway, Mr. Stubby is a very short screwdriver, for the record. I believe... Oh, what's up, Ryan? Welcome to the Build Show. Go into source, deactivate, reactivate the camera. The camera? Why would the camera have anything to do with the Streamlabs AI? The Streamlabs Empower AI, which is just the communication between Streamlabs and the bot commands on the Twitch chat. How would that have anything to do with the camera? I'm so confused. I mean, if it does work, I'll do it. I mean, crap. My man! What's up, Dehydrator? Do you think an Intel or Intel cards will be goated in the near future or remain poo-poo like the drivers? I think... How do I want to say this without sounding like an idiot? So in my opinion, because of all the issues that Intel is having, those issues came at a very bad time. Because it was right when they were, you know, gearing up and starting the GPU market again, getting into it, which requires money. And if they're not making money, expendable money, and a good sign of they're not making money is the layoffs that they've had and the fact that other people are buying them slowly. Usually is going to slow down the production or leap bound forward of progress on that area. So I would assume they're not going to make any significant progress on the next release, but if they bounce back from where they're in a downward spiral about to crash and just implode, if they bounce back from that, then I would say their cards will probably start improving bigly. If that was a good word to use, I don't know if it's not. But that would be my opinion on it. I would not anticipate Intel to do anything amazing right now while it's trying to just simply stay alive and recover. That is my opinion on it. Not saying that the Core 2 Ultra CPUs are bad. Core 2, the Core Ultra series, oh my gosh, I'm so stupid. It mixes me, I'm mixing it up with a CPU from like 15 years ago. But you know what I mean. Max is just down here hanging out, sleeping. Yeah, man. The norm, man. He already had his dinner and he's just hanging out, waiting for me to not work. Or to be not working. To be or not to be, that is the question. Oh, sorry, I thought you were having issues with something else. Oh, no worries. It wouldn't surprise me, though, Dehydrator, that my camera was causing the problem in Streamlabs, because Streamlabs is so strange. It would not surprise me if that actually did fix it. I would not be like, oh, wow, that's shocking. I'd be like, huh, yeah, figures. Intel, always amazing. Yes, yes. As you could tell, we have an Intel fanboy in the chat. By me saying that I'm not, like, strictly an AMD fanboy, I am a fanboy of what works. That is the route that I go. Speaking of dinner, how was that beef stew yesterday? The beef stew was delicious. I ate that and promptly passed out. It was much needed. The food. Thank you for asking. That was homemade by Mrs. Empower, which is some of the best food that I've ever eaten in my life. Alright, we don't need these. Alright, sorry, I'm still trying to prep for this radiator install. Guess what we have to do now? Twist eyes. Depends on the lineup, but I'm pretty sure Xeon does pretty good with AI. Well, I mean, yeah, that's where maybe Intel has got some legs. I think that was Ryan Lohman. Ryan Lohman. Sorry, I can't read tonight. Apparently, not gonna lie, I first thought this was a 5090 build when I saw the 9800X3D, but nice PC overall. Yes. So you kind of missed a little bit of the beginning. Thank you, Chef, for copying that over the specs. But the whole point that we have a 3070 Ti and the power supply, it came from his previous build. So we put all the money to getting him over onto a current platform versus spending the money on the graphics card. So that made it so that he's on a proper platform that he can upgrade for the next few years, that he can then upgrade the graphics card at a later time. So that is why we went this route. So we're just utilizing his graphics card he has now, which is more than enough to enjoy gaming in 1080p. And when he's ready, he can always upgrade the card to pretty much whatever he wants outside of the limitation of the power supply. So it just sets him up to have zero limits on his next upgrade for his graphics card. That is why we went this route. More power, exactly. Link for Hunter, welcome to the build show. Or back. Welcome back to the build show. Really want to start using Wirecast. Sick of OBS and Streamlabs. Yeah, me too. Yeah, man, I'm closely checking the 5060 Ti and 9060 XT. Seems everyone is going for the 5060 Ti at Best Buy and Amazon, so there's plenty of 9060 XTs for me to get one. Yeah, I think we went through that the other day, didn't we, Ant-Man, yesterday? Or the day before? A couple days ago? And I think we all agreed that the 5060 Ti was the better move. If you had a $500 budget, and you could get one for like under $400 or something like that. You shop around. 16 gigabyte 5060 Ti. Yeah, also maybe he is more into CPU dependent games. I can't remember the games that we were testing out off the top of my head. It was a few days ago. And a lot has happened since then. He is in the YouTube chat though, so if Jordan wants to drop what he is planning to play on this, I will read it out to the rest of the chat. For the life of me, I cannot remember off the top of my head. I'm sorry, I talked to so many people about their computers. Alright, so we just tidied up these cables so they're not droopy and sagging on the front side. They're pushed to the back in a uniform fashion. And now we are ready to install this. We are ready. Don't do that. Okay. To do this with the pump. I gotta grab a zip tie for that one real quick. I like to tie up the pump here so it doesn't droop down. So this is an inline pump. So the cable has to come from the pump back. I like to sneak it along the back side like this. and in. Interesting. There we go. Almost a panic moment. This is what happens when you have a magnetic screwdriver and you set it down on screws. In the moment that you need it not to be magnetic. But then I need it magnetic now. Try to do that left-handed. I'm sorry if I still ask newbie questions because I'm new. I'm a new PC nerd. Only started learning about them 4 months ago. No, you're fine. What was the question? Maybe I missed something. No, it was not a newbie question at all. It was a good point. Might be more of a CPU intensive gamer. Gordon says Dead by Daylight, Battlefield 6 VR. So he's gonna do pretty good. Definitely the better CPU is the better option. 3D rendering using Redshift video editing and After Effects. Nice. Depends on the usage of it, yeah. Ant-Man says, yeah, how long does PSUs last? I checked mine and it's Corsair 850 watt from 2021. Typically they last, they could last a long time. So it's just sometimes older power supplies, when they go, they'll take other components with them, which is what I don't want to do in a brand new system, especially if I'm warranting the other hardware, is take that chance. So preferably the new power supply in the system is what I would like to see. You don't need to run these, by the way. If anybody is running one of these on the top and the top portion of their computer is exhaust, you technically are filtering the already filtered air, and all it's doing is causing restriction. So if you have one of these on and you want to reduce the amount of restriction, you remove it and then just run it without it. Nobody really cares, other than the fact that it looks cleaner with it on there. Which you can run it on, but if you want a little bit better airflow, take it off. Because the air is already traveling through the PC and leaving the PC through the top. Okay, so next we have to install the block on the CPU. Which has a bracket and some thumb screws to get it started. And these attached to the AIM-5, AIM-4 brackets on the board already. You have a Gen 3 SSD right now. Is there a big difference in games compared to the Gen 4 SSDs? Yes. And that is if you have a motherboard and a CPU that is that supports PCI Gen 4. Yes, there is a performance difference. You will see faster load times and probably faster boot times if you get Windows on the new Gen 4 SSD. The answer to your question is yes. You will notice a difference if you were to compare the two. See, guys, I'm just blind, and here's Mr. Stubby. See how small Stubby is? He was over here next to the thermal paste and just blended right in.
Some toasty paste.
Let's see here. I love Thermalright AIOs. They are so efficient and cost effective. Don't forget that piece. Very cost effective. Unbeatable in the cost department. And they perform. And they don't burn out. They're nice AIOs for the price. And their Peerless Assassin, by the way, is like my favorite go-to air cooler. Be doing one of those, a build with a Peerless Assassin here next week. Hey, what's up, Kagard? What good for role-playing and streaming for 2025-2026 for a budget of $900? I already have the motherboard Gigabyte B650 Eagle AX, Wi-Fi, and a tower, Dark Flash L280. Is this possible? So the Eagle is about a $140 motherboard, and your case, I'm actually not familiar with the Dark Flash L280. But it sounds like you have an ATX motherboard. I don't know if your case is an ATX case. So I'm immediately thinking, okay, compatibility, make sure that's going to work for him. But I'd say it's doable, but you're not going to be able to play at 1440p while you're streaming in a $900 budget. You're going to be running at 1080p for sure at that budget. So what you definitely need is a 7-core, right? What I'm thinking, wow, brain, work. Ryzen 7, 8-core, 16-thread processor. So for example, like a Ryzen 7 7700X would be your kind of cheaper option, or cheapest 8-core option for that platform, the AM5 platform. Or you could go to like a 9700X, or even get up to like a 7800X3D, which is going to eat up a ton of your budget though. So I would definitely go with a 7700X or a 9700X. That would be the CPU with your budget that you are kind of forced to go to. Because RAM is not cheap today. I would try to find used RAM from a respectable source that has a lot of positive reviews. So if you are going to buy RAM used today on the used market, like Facebook Marketplace or somewhere, 100% make sure they have all positive reviews and they have plenty of them. Do not buy from somebody that has 0 reviews, and that just seems that it's so hard to do today, especially with computer hardware. I don't ever buy from anybody that has 0 reviews. That's pain waiting to happen. But that would save you some cost on your memory, because right now DDR5 memory is expensive. 32 gigs is going to be the minimum I would recommend for streaming and gaming at the same time, and that's going to cost you like $250 minimum, brand new. So you're looking at least $250 for a CPU, and you're looking at like $250 for RAM. That's almost $500 in budget right there for the CPU and the RAM. Next, you still have a power supply, a CPU cooler, which if you're looking for budget, the Peerless Assassin from Thermalright is highly recommended for that setup. That'll get the job done, and it'll keep your rig running nice and cool, your CPU. So the 7700X and the 9700X will run good with the Peerless Assassin from Thermalright. Great cooler. It's like 40 bucks. So now we're looking at 540 bucks. Power supply is going to be like, I would say, if you wanted to do bare minimum, like an 850 watt, 650 watt is kind of the mix that you're looking at. So you're looking at either $50 to like $90 for an 80 plus gold, 650 watt or 850 watt. And let's say you go for the 850 watt, that's $100. So now you're looking at $640-ish dollars in cost. That leaves you with $360 for a graphics card. $360 isn't going to get you much today. So you're looking at like an RTX 5060, basically, with the NVIDIA NVENC encoder and decoder. That would be the direction I would go. So, is it doable? Yes. Is it going to be painful? Yes. If you could save money on some of those components somewhere on the used market and put it more towards your graphics card, that would be very helpful. What happened to RAM prices? LOL. It went from 120 US dollars to 250 in my country. Yes, it did the same over here. It's just poof. You can thank AI. Skynet is sucking our RAM dry. Figuratively speaking, of course. No, Ryan does not want a Threadripper based system. Or Ryan does want it. Well, 4,000 to 5,000 now today for a proper Threadripper system is not enough. Shocker. The last Threadripper system I built, get ready to drop your jaw, it was around 10 grand. So they're not cheap. Yes, you could do like an underwhelming Threadripper version, but at that point, just go with the Ryzen, unless you're trying to like build into it later, upgrade, which makes sense, but it's just, Threadripper has just become so insanely expensive. It's like going further and further out of reach. Have you ever worked on Threadripper based systems? Sorry, I missed your chat up there. I do Cinema 4D, Unreal rendering, and have 3 to 4 SSDs. But when I get issues coming up in the reliability and event manager, I reached the IRQ limit. Yeah, you're gonna do that probably on a regular desktop, doing that like a regular AM5 platform. You're probably gonna hit the limit, or even on an Intel platform, you're probably hitting the limit. It'd probably do better on Intel, honestly, versus AMD for what you're doing. But yes, Threadripper is probably where you need to go if you are on the IRQ limit. 4,000 to 5,000 would get you into like entry Threadripper these days. They're just stupid expensive. The CPU alone is like $1,000. No joke. Is it normal for a Ryzen 7 7800X 3D, 9800X 3D to have 60-80% usage gaming on non-intensive CPU game? I mean, maybe. Depends on what game it is. I guess we would need to know what game that is and kind of do some research on that, because I won't know off the top of my head. You could probably get a 3080 for around 400 in US dollars. You can actually get a 3080 for less than that right now. Zotac has open box, or I'm sorry, refurbished options. I saw 3080s for like less than 400 on their website. So Redshift in Cinema 4D needs NVIDIA. I can't go to a 97. Yeah, you can't. You can't do AMD. You need the NVIDIA stuff. Yeah, NVIDIA slash, if it's a desktop, I would go Intel for what you're doing. But if you are going into the need of like Threadripper performance, then yeah, you're gonna spend some money. So said like total of $1,200 budget, Ryzen 7 7700 XT or 7700X. Sorry, thinking of the graphics card. Don't know why. with the 5060 Ti 16 gigabyte or Radeon 9060 XT. I would go with the 5060 Ti, Craig Kagert. Kaz Lighting, Battlefield 6. I've personally, honestly, not played Battlefield 6 yet. I know. Crazy. What am I even doing? I just haven't had time. So I don't know. But most newer games, crazy lighting, you will see inefficiencies with the hardware, and that's probably what it is. It's probably the game. So if you run a different game, something that's been out for a while, and it's way more efficient with the CPU, it's more than likely not a problem with your hardware or your software drivers. It's probably a problem with the developers in the game doing updates and breaking things, and who knows, you know, I wouldn't worry too much about it unless it's pegging your CPU at 100%. Or overheating, then, you know, you got a problem, we gotta fix that. I was thinking more like 1,900, which is what I thought you said earlier, Kraigard. You could do that. Okay, understand. So you said like 1,200 budget with Ryzen 7 700X and a graphics card 5060 Ti. I actually said 5060, not a 5060 Ti. So that's an 8 gig 5060, which will fit your budget if you're buying new. And the Radeon RX 9600 XT 16 gigabytes, I wouldn't even go with the AMD card, honestly. I would go straight to NVIDIA if you are streaming. You're going to have better streaming performance on a budget on an NVIDIA card than you will on an AMD card. Speaking from experience. So I would just scratch the AMD card completely for streaming. Battlefield 6 is a CPU killer, actually, like Warzone. Okay, well, there's your answer, Kraigard. Expect high CPU usage in, or not, Kaz Lighting. There's your answer. Expect high CPU usage in Battlefield 6. Because like I said, I haven't played it, so I have no idea. Anyway, get back to the build. The build that's in front of us. 8:30. Crap. I did kind of start a little later, so I'm kind of on time. We're nearly finished. We're so close. Oh yeah, that looks nice and clean. Look at that. Build's coming together. Alright, so one of the last things that we gotta put in here is the graphics card. Then we're gonna flip it over and finish up the build after I send the power supply cables through for the graphics card. The PCIe power! Yeah, we have this fun stuff to deal with next. Oh yeah. Looking forward to it. Come on. Don't be thing. No. Try smarter. Just go a different route. All right, we have our GPU support bracket in here already. Need to get this mounted. Yeah, you should be good to start with that. Yeah, like a 7700X, an RTX 5080, 32 gigs of RAM. If you want to save a little bit of money on the power supply, 650 is all you would need for that system. And a Thermalright Peerless Assassin. And you got yourself, and then of course storage. You need 1 terabyte. I'd say 1 terabyte would be a good starting point, but you could do it with less. Forgot about the storage. So yeah, around 1,000. And you can make that work. Got a little bit of a bow in this card, which came out of his old system, so hoping we can alleviate a little bit of that without damaging anything with the GPU support bracket underneath it that we're gonna tidy up with. But there's a little bit of a bow, so we need bracket pieces here. The thick boy. Yeah, also, didn't think of this before, but Craigard, if you want to join the Discord channel, !Discord in the chat, we could probably get you a link to a PC part picker build list for you. So you can literally just click on the parts and buy them. Alright, there we go. That's about as good as that support is going to get. I didn't want to put too much on it because it's already bowed. Because if you have a bowed graphics card and then you suddenly put support on it, it actually might have the opposite effect, which is bending it back, and bending it back might break something in the card. So I want to be very careful about how much pressure I'm putting on it so we can slowly bend it back, basically. We'll iron it out. Around with pop. Dag and nab it. Deal with. I'll deal with that in a minute. Now I'm just getting this plugged in. Alright, now we got to deal with the rat's nest back here. Now you can hear my level of excitement. That's me being sarcastic, of course. It is going to require some heads down time, so I apologize. I'm not going to be able to keep up with the chat very well here as we're trying to bust through this and get through the build. We do have another build to start tonight. All right. Technically, everything is plugged in. We could just smash the panel on the back and call it a day. But that's not what we do here. So, my combo right now is a 5070 Ryzen 7 7700. That's a pretty good combo. Zip tie fun. Oh, yeah. We've got bags of zip ties for days. This isn't my only bag, trust me. I've got bags of zip ties scattered throughout my house. Yeah, man, we are doing 2 builds tonight. This is build number 1, and then after this one, we'll do 1 more. Might need to take a pee break after this one, though. That is why I usually have my laptop capture gameplay on my pass-through. That's a good idea. Kind of saves a little bit of performance for the game. What system is Jordan coming from? He's coming from a Ryzen, I'm sorry, not a Ryzen, an Intel i5 9th generation. So I think it was like a 9400 on a Z390 with DDR4 RAM with that 3070 Ti that we just installed. So this is a bit of an upgrade. It's a platform upgrade because that was his biggest limitation, was his platform. Because his CPU was just pegged at 100%. Any game he was playing, it was like basically at 100% usage. So it was time for a platform upgrade. He could have done like an Intel i9 and stretched it out maybe another year or so, but don't invest in the old platform at that point. Just go to the new one and then set yourself up so you can literally just go buy any graphics card and throw it in the system at that point. Loop, what's up, man? Over there on the kick side, didn't see you there. RX 580, I love 8GB GPU, still a solid GPU. Yeah, I know there's some, we're starting to see some compatibility issues with the RX 580 as support kind of falls off, especially on newer titles. But outside of that, still a very capable card. 1080p. What I'm going to do here is just start zip tying the crap out of everything. Takes a little bit of patience, but we can make this look good and clean. There's not a whole lot you can do with these massive chunks of just RGB cables. Except for just get it in there. Which at this point is precisely what I'm doing. That kind of sucks. Kind of twisted wrong way. I think we just entered the Matrix. Do I feel like a good brand in casing matters? Or can you go with any random one with good airflow and aesthetics? I think good brand matters. But, for example, this is Game Diaz. This is not like Leon Lee, one of the higher end brands. It's an excellent case. So, Jordan had to step away for a sec. How is it coming? We are nearly finished, Jordan, so hang out here. We just got some of the bottom cable management to do here, and then we're firing this up. What system is, oh, we already covered that. The system I built my boyfriend and I game on is a 7800 X3D. He came from Intel i5 5th gen. Jordan, this will definitely be a good upgrade for you. Yes, it will be a good upgrade for him. And yes, Ryan, we are 100% having some zip tie fun today. Loop says he likes Game DS over iKick. Yeah, they're decent. I know you guys don't see me build with them a lot here in the channel, but it's not because I dislike them. It's just I have this weird thing with Montech and Oakiness. So, you know, it's just a love relationship with Montech and Oakiness, and of course Leon Lee. Roy says, yeah, most PCs nowadays, you get high-end stuff, can handle it just fine, just don't want so much crap on my desk and wires that have to worry about audio and all that crap. I did the 2PC setup. Yeah, the 2PC setup is nice because you can separate the performance, you could bring the stream or the game down, restart the game PC and still keep your stream up, for example. Those are some of the key benefits. Outside of that, it is a nightmare to manage. You have to capture the audio and you have to capture the video, and sometimes both of those could be a very big challenge. And there's just so many different failure points where things just will have trouble. I've seen them before, I've helped people with them before, and I've seen enough to the point where I realize I will never do a 2PC setup for streaming unless I absolutely have to. Like, there is no other choice. That is the only way I would do it. And today's hardware is so powerful that I don't think you need a 2PC setup unless you need, you know, specifically the feature to be able to bring your game PC and restart it without taking your stream down. If you need that feature, then, you know, your only option is a two stream PC or a cloud stream option where you could keep it up on the cloud somewhere, which is another option. I run 2 GPUs on my motherboard. I like the LED style options on the Game DS cases. Yeah, they're pretty cool looking. Definitely. Now this rubber grommet I popped out by accident when I pushed the PCIe cables through, and now I can't get it to go back in because I have T-Rex arms and rhino fingers. It's really bothering the crap out of me that it's not in there. Ah, yes. I got it. Golden. Reason why that mattered is because I'm gonna put a tie through here somewhere. Probably should have tied these up as I built it, because it would have been easier to manage. Now I have this big ball of fun to deal with. honestly. Seriously considering just shoving it. So much in here, oh my gosh.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Zoreal over on the Twitch. Much appreciated. And Krager, also thank you for the sub, and Timothy Bailey, also for the sub over on YouTube that I missed.
We're just gonna dump these right into the hard drive tray because nobody uses that anymore, right? This guy. Put the right there. Sure. Buddy, hunky dory. That's about as good as it's going to get, ladies and gentlemen. I am not going any further. Detroit Truck Doctor. Welcome back to the Build Show. Is Battlefield 6 really unstable at ultra settings? Tonight it's working good. I don't know. I don't, hey, what's up? You can call me Zora. All right. What's up, Zora? Welcome to the Build Show. With cable management, I'm wondering how cool this system will run. I'm guessing 6575 at full load. This thing's got a ton of fans in it, so it could do pretty good. See that thing? Yeah, yeah. Das ist gut, yeah. But yeah, looks really nice. So I'm happy with the outcome of this cable management, or at least satisfied with it. Let me put this hardware back together, and then we'll get this thing plugged in and we'll fire it up and see how it goes. And do not worry, I will get you a side view here in just a moment. Thoughts on MSI B650 Pro? They're okay boards. They usually have almost everything that you would need for a build on them, but I think their VRMs are a little bit light, So if you're doing like a higher end CPU, definitely switch to a better board. Get a static shock from that fuel. I'm good trying to figure out why Ethernet port won't work. Just finished building it though. So if you just built it and just installed Windows, it's very possible you don't have the drivers for it. So you might, depending on what board and brand it is. For example, Asus will usually download like a free driver for your Ethernet port to get you connected. But typically Wi-Fi works on almost all of them. Trying to get this peel. Well, that's probably what it is. It's probably a driver. I did the drivers, but still nothing. Oh. Oh. Hold on, let me think about that. Did the driver, still nothing. Hey, Wick fams, welcome to the Build Show. Welcome back. All right, Jordan. If you are here, you have to tell us when to punch that power button. It is you have the power of the power button here. Zora, I don't know why that wouldn't be working. I would try to connect to Wi-Fi if you have Wi-Fi on your board. Go that route to at least get you past that point. Maybe you downloaded the incorrect driver? Is that a possibility? It was a cable problem? I mean, yeah, that could be a possibility. But it sounded like they just built a new PC, which sounds like they might have had an old PC, so I'm assuming it was working before. Deadeye Cow, what's up? Should I get an RX 7700 XT or 7600 XT? I mean, obviously the 7700 XT would be better, but you could probably go for like a 9070 or a 9060 XT with 16 gigs and beat both of those. So I'd go 9060 XT 16 gigabyte, honestly. Thank goodness you don't need to deal with adding the SSD hard drive disks controllers when installing Windows with VMDs. Yeah. Issues Dell Latitude, Dell Pros tend to have. Windows 11 doesn't see the SSD. Yeah. Is it you to bring the driver over as well? Not the cable because you were just using it on the laptop. I would try connecting to the Wi-Fi, honestly, and see if that works. It could be that you have a bum Ethernet port on your motherboard, which is going to be a bummer to have a bum Ethernet port, which means you're sending the board back and getting a replacement. But, I mean, that's a possibility. So with the driver installed, does it say that does it have any issues in the device manager if you go to the device manager? Jordan, let us know when you're ready to power this thing up. Yeah, it's also a possibility maybe it's the router blocking it, which would mean that you probably have a fancy router in place. Just waiting on Jordan. I'm gonna give Jordan like 2 more minutes, and if he doesn't show up, I'm gonna push that power button on his behalf. Already got some power to the screen here. I always suggest going to the manufacturer support page and getting the network drivers. Yeah, I mean, sounds like Zora already has done that. I did the drivers, but still nothing. So that was what they said over on the Twitch side. What's your option on frame gen? Or what? I'm sorry. What's your opinion? The chat's a little far away, so don't judge me. What's your opinion on frame gen? I'm not a big fan of frame gen. I like to have the raw power. You know. Jordan, you're here. Good. Let us know when you're ready to push this power button. It is up to you to tell me to push that power button. We're ready and anxious to see if it post power on self-test. Actually, this whole time I could have been focusing, sissing. There we go. Looks a little better. Woot! He's about to boot your system when you're ready. Yes. Waiting on Jordan. How are Sama air coolers or cases? So I have built in a couple of the Sama air or cases, and a couple of them I didn't like, so I've avoided them. They're just really cramped. They're not made for my big hands, period. End quote. He's ready. All right. Jordan, on your behalf, I'm going to go ahead and punch this button. In 3, 2, 1. I'm going to sync the RGB up to the motherboard here. So it's motherboard synced. He says go for it. Little delay on YouTube. Sorry, guys. I think we got enough airflow. I don't think cooling will be a problem. I did add, so originally, Jordan, these 3 fans were not included on the invoice, but I just so happened to have them here, and I was like, I gotta put them in. Can't not do it. They're like, I don't know, $14 in fans there. Maybe $18, but yeah, we'll click no on that. We do have a post. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jordan's PC has posted. Thanks for your input. You're welcome. I would go with the 9060 XT 16GB graphics card over the 7700 XT and the 7600 XT because of frame gen. Especially if you're playing newer titles. Deadeye. Wow, thank you so much. You're welcome. Welcome. Looks stunning. Got some RGB on the top too. Oop. RX 9060 16GB has the same price as the 7700 XT 12GB with slightly better RT performance and 4 gigs more VRAM. Yes, and you will also have newer frame gen from AMD, so the FSR will be newer on the 9060 XT. And it's more efficient, which means it uses less power and creates less heat than the 7700 XT. Yeah. That's how I felt when I saw the PC turn on. I have an air cooler right now. Do you think I should upgrade to an AIO, or is an AIO just for aesthetics? AIO is controlling the heat. Is more control of the airflow. Even though, yes, with the tower air cooler, you're just spitting it out the back. But my point is all the heat from the CPU is being exhausted right out of the top versus getting circulated back into the case depending on your setup. So yes and no. Aesthetics, yes and no. Like there's reasons why you go with an AIO. I prefer the AIO because it gives me the ability to exhaust the heat out of the case directly versus, and it just opens the build up and makes it look way cleaner in my opinion. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with running an air cooler versus a liquid cooler performance wise. It's probably pretty close to the same, and in fact the air cooler will probably outlive the AIO. But we have build number 114 completed, which is Jordan's build, and up next we are going to be building another massive build. Oh boy, he says. Also, it frees up RAM slots too. Frees up RAM. Oh yeah, if you're covering your RAM slots with like a bigger air cooler, yes. Sometimes that will impede your RAM slots, yes. And Zora, if you're still having trouble with the Ethernet, I would recommend joining the Discord channel and dropping a support request in the support channel. And it's not a request, like it's purely people volunteering and helping, including myself. So definitely recommend doing that. If you need the Discord channel, I could drop that in the chat for you. I got that copied. Yes. That is the Discord if you would like to join and drop a question in there. What case is this? This is the Game Diaz Atlas M1. Also, Jordan. So the next step, Jordan, is we do have to install Windows. We have to do the BIOS updates. We have to enable AMD Expo or XMP, depending on which one this kit runs. I can't remember. I think it does both. And then we have to run some fan curve stuff and get all the drivers installed, and then make sure Windows is up to date. And then it'll be ready for pickup. So I'll probably have it ready for pickup tomorrow at some point. So stay tuned for the pickup notification. I'll probably text you. So there you guys have it. Let's enjoy watching or having a look at Jordan's new build upgrade while I take a potty break, and then we'll start on the next build. Sound good, guys? So give me like 5 minutes and we'll start on the next build. Good, good. The next build is pretty much a beast. We'll just leave it at that. Looking forward to it. I'll be back in like 5 minutes, guys. Okay. You guys ready to do the second build? Hey, what's up? Welcome to the build show zero. I don't even know how to pronounce the name. Let's go ahead and shut this down. We're going to clear it from the bench. And we're going to move on to build number 2. A lot of parts. I think we're ready. All right. So for the motherboard, we are running the X870E Aurorus Elite X370 by Gigabyte. Okay. The power supply. Well, thank you, Ron, for the like over there on Facebook. Is the GX 1200 watt, which is a Seasonic Vertex power supply, 80 plus gold. We're going to be cooling the CPU with a Lian Li Galahad 2 LCD, the SL INF 360, so it just means it has the SL Infinity fans by Lian Li already installed.
Apparently we're cutting some of this off. Some of the bench. Didn't realize we were so zoomed out, or zoomed in. So that's the cooler we're going to be using. For the CPU, we do have the Ryzen 7 9800X 3D that we're going to be running. We have our contact frame by Thermalright that we always use with AM5. We have our, what is it, 64? Yes, 64 gigs of DDR5 6000 CL30 Trident Z5 Neo RGB kit by G.Skill. And then we have a 2 terabyte Gen 5 9100 Pro by Samsung. So it's a PCIe Gen 5 SSD, 2 terabytes of it. So you guys can already tell we're going pretty high end here. And we are going to be putting the graphics card in a vertical bracket inside the case. We also have Lian streamers, which are the RGB cables for the graphics card and the 24-pin motherboard. Oh, yeah. Nice. Hold on, somebody has a chat over on Twitch real quick. I have the one without the SL Infinity fans. Is the contact frame really necessary on AM5? No. The answer is no. Not necessary. It just, with the shape of the AMD processor, it helps keep the thermal paste out of the edges of the processor, which is the main reason why I use it. But yes, on LGA 1700, it's way more helpful than it would be on AM5 with its actual purpose. But for it being only a $7 part, why wouldn't you install it? So it makes sense to do it. Slight deja vu going on. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Seems a little familiar. And for the graphics card, can anybody guess which card we're doing? It's too late. I already showed you. We are running the Gigabyte Gaming OC 32 gigabyte GDDR7 RTX 5090. So this is factory overclocked. You can look at the wonderful pricing, which isn't the actual price, thankfully. But it's a 5090 build today. And then, of course, we're going to be building inside the Lian Li O11 Dynamic Evo case. So we want to make sure we are also putting in the matching fans for the rest of the system, which are specifically, I can't remember. Yeah, we got 2 reverse blade kits. So reverse blade for the side, reverse blade for the bottom, and then a regular for the rear. And we're going to have it all filled out with the fans. And these are the wireless option, or the wireless ones as well. And those are the wireless streamers, so they all should technically connect to the hub. Beast machine, yes, we're going beast mode. Micro Center, question mark, let's go. Yes, I do have beef with Micro Center though, so. Contact frame, give me the warm and fuzzy feelings. Yes, exactly, chef. That could be annoying. I usually spread the TIM with a spatula and make it as even as possible without being excessive. Yeah, I'm one of the guys that just does the X and then smashes it on there. That's what I do. It's my style. But talking about thermal paste, we do have the Cryonaut Extreme for the build as well. We have 2 grams of it, so if we mess up once, we at least have another gram to put on there. That 1200 watt is essential. Yes. For this build, 1200 watts is pretty much required. So. Oh, the pink stuff. Yes, the pink stuff. Maybe we taste the pink stuff tonight. No, don't taste the pink stuff. It's not yummy. Okay. So. Sonic, are you ready for your build? think he's ready. He's been itching for this build for the last week while we were waiting for everything to show up. Man, I still can't believe it, huh? This is my first real gaming PC. Well, your first real gaming PC, you just went straight to the top and you skipped everything else below. So... And no, I did not talk him into the 5090. I was actually, I think, trying to talk him out of the 5090 at some point. But here we are. We have a 5090, so let's build a beast. Yes, yes. Cryonaut Extreme is supposed to be thick, yes. But not like dried up. It's a wet thickness. I'll zoom in on the consistency so you can see it when I get to that point. How much memory again? I missed it. It's 64 gigabytes of DDR5, 6000 megahertz CL30, and that's a Trident Z5 Neo RGB kit by G.Skill. You told me it was overkill, but that's what we do over here is overkill. Nice. It's overkill, but in a good way. The GPU is eating half of that 1200. Well, that's why we went with 1200. That's like the least amount of power supply I'll put in a 5090 build. But I mean, these Seasonics are great, so I'm not worried about it at all. I used the Extreme Paste on a Threadripper Pro 599.5 or the 5995 WX before. And yeah, that was my experience. Yeah, that sounds like you might have had a bad batch. Could be like a wet, sticky experience, not like dry and pasty. This computer will run Doom Dark Ages at max. It might actually run Crysis. This PC might actually run Crysis. All right, so now that we've gone through all the parts and they're just overflowing the bench, I'm going to take what we aren't going to be using immediately off the bench so we can actually start building it. I don't want to be here all night. Want to enjoy the moment, but not all night. Well, thank you for the follow over on the Twitch. All right. What type of case did he get? He got a Leon Lee 011D Evo RGB. So it is a big case. Dual chamber. Yes, the Infinity fans. Yes, Tony. The Infinity fans. Tony likes the Infinity fans. Oh, look at this nice pretty board, yeah? Very, very pretty, yeah? My main monitor broke the other day, so I just made the jump and ordered a mini LED one I wanted. Nice. One thing I don't understand is why VGA cables are so strong. So strong? What do you mean by that? It's funny you say that, Ryan. My boy and I are in talks into starting something soon with AI. Nice.
Heck, you'd be able to do AI generation with this video card too. Yeah, you could. You'll love the Comfy UI for AI generative stuff. Nice. I actually have not played around with that yet, believe it or not. I'm the guy that has no time for anything anymore. Alright, so we're first going to start off with our Ryzen 7 9800X 3D. Has that X3D V-Cache. Gonna get that dropped into the socket nice and cozy like. And then we'll get the contact frame installed just like we did on the other build. Does anybody else do like the CPU wiggle? Like you just put it in the socket and then you do like the little wiggle? Or is that just me? I haven't tried to run deep learning. I haven't either. I haven't gotten that far into it. Alright, so the contact frame is going to be the AMD AIM-5 Secure Frame V2 from Thermalright. It's like $7 on Amazon. Worth every penny when it comes to keeping your side of your CPU nice and clean. And yes, has a little bit of a benefit when it comes to what it's actually supposed to be doing, which is keeping your CPU as flat as possible. Make better contact to the cooler. And yes, these do go with the build. So if there is ever a need for him to switch back to it, he has not only a tool to do that, but he also has the actual part that came with the motherboard. And there we have it. Contact frame installed. Simple. And it's just a T20 driver that I was using to make that a little easier for me. Especially when you do as many of them as I do. The easier you can make it, the better. Next up is our 64 gigs of DDR5 6000 CL30, which is Trident Z5 Neo RGB by G.Skill, AMD Expo certified kit. If you're walking around with one of these, all the ladies are going to be looking at you like, oh man, he's got money. It's like rolling up in a exotic car. No, I'm just kidding. Ladies have no idea what this is. But today, all the nerds know you have money if you are rolling up with one of these kits. Meaning me. Be like, hey! And we put that in slots A2 and B2. And it's important to note with DDR5, it is very finicky. So, one, you want to make sure you have a kit that is included on the QVL list of your motherboard. And two, you want to make sure you're only running 2 sticks with DDR5, because when you go to 4 sticks, usually has trouble, which is why yesterday's stream we went to 96 gigs, which is 248 gig sticks. And that was to maintain the 2 stick rule with DDR5, but maximize it to the point where basically what I'm saying is 96 is the max, and it's 248 gig sticks, and it's a specific kit that you can get. So if he goes to upgrade this, and this goes for anybody with DDR5, you're going to want to just replace the 2 sticks and stay on 2 sticks. Once you go to 4 sticks, it becomes unstable, doesn't want to run at the speeds that it would be rated at. You could do 4 sticks, you're just going to be running it usually slower if you can get it to stay stable. So, yeah, super essential with 4 sticks. I usually just advise people to stay away from it, because even so, with 4 sticks, not every CPU and motherboard combination is exactly the same. And even if it's the same CPU that they tested with on the same motherboard, there could be a slight difference between the two, and that could cause problems. So I usually advise people to stay away from four sticks, and if you need more than the 96 gigs, then just go to Threadripper. Okay, sorry about that. Max was asking to go outside, and I was the only one over here. Next is our SSD, which is the Samsung 9100 Pro. This is a 2 terabyte Gen 5 SSD. What I don't know, because it's been a while since I've been on this board, is if we're putting it in the top slot or the bottom slot. Just like the last build, I need to verify which slot we're putting it in, because some motherboard manufacturers like to disable half the bandwidth on the PCIe 16 slot when we install it into specific M.2. So what I don't want to do is put this in there and then accidentally cut half the bandwidth on the RTX 5090. What's up, Mathis? Welcome to the build show. Tip of thesis. Yes. I still have my Threadripper Pro with the server grade ECC DDR4 UDIMs on a WRX80 board. That's still a pretty nice setup. There's a secret RAM kit that can run 8,000 speed out of the box. I don't know. I haven't found that secret RAM kit. Can't wait to bring it out again. Nice. Yeah, they know, Tony. They know it sucks. It's hard to get, too. So, all right, let me double check this real quick. So I'm like 99% sure that we could just put it in the top slot. It did say that there was some USB lane sharing going on there, so I'm not too worried about that. Mathis says they built my first PC a couple of months ago, and now I'm totally addicted to watch people building crazy builds. Well, this is a crazy build, so you came to the right channel. We do all sorts of different builds here, from the budget of budget builds to some of the craziest stuff. Anyone within the Jawa community here? So technically, I am in the Jawa community. I just don't sell there because it's just the fees are just insane. I'd rather just stay local and sell parts to local people and builds to local people, but I do ship from my website. But I don't have a Jawa fee if somebody buys something on my website. On top of the credit card processing fee, on top of the shipping fee, it's a lot cheaper, You're a verified seller? Nice. Well, let me know how I should make it work. Yeah, they eat a fair chunk. If there's a way or a tactic I could make it work, then I would totally do it. So feel free to join the Discord channel, which, if you haven't already, a great place to talk about that kind of stuff. Or you can talk about it here, I don't care. What part is going into this build? I wish I could tell you to just say, do ! build in the chat, but that seems to be broken on Twitch, and I haven't updated it because we're doing 2 builds tonight. So it still has the data for the old build. But this is a Ryzen 7 9800X3D, 64 gigs of DDR5 6000 CL30 RAM. We have a 2TB 9100 Pro that we're going to be installing. which is a Gen 5 SSD, and this is a Gigabyte X870E Aorus Elite Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, X3D motherboard. And then we're putting that in an O11 Dynamic Evo RGB case. We're cooling it with a Galahad 2, one with the LCD version, with the Infinity fans, and then we're using the Lian Li Infinity fans throughout the entire build. And we have an RTX 5090 with a 1200 watt power supply and some streamers. So, in short, that is what we're building with tonight. Yeah. So in short, that is what we're building with tonight. Ad revenue from Twitch helps. I see you're an affiliate too. I only became one this summer. Yeah, I've been an affiliate for a little while, I guess. Do I build budget PCs as well on stream? Yes. I pretty much build everything on stream, so if you don't see a budget build in the Twitch, is probably because they delete stuff after a certain amount of time. But the YouTube channel has literally everything that I've done, pretty much. And there's a lot there. So if you could spend days, months watching the content, some of it is probably boring. I don't know. I just enjoy building. All right, there we go. We got our SSD installed. So next, I am going to remove these brackets because I'm 99.9% sure that this cooler has its own brackets that we have to put in there. And then we're going to install the cooler brackets for the CPU cooler. I like to do those before I put the board in the case. And yes, I do not discriminate between budget and high-end builds. I build them all with the same level of care and attention to detail. I gotta say goodnight to the girls. Hold on. Okay, we're back. All right. That over there. Can you, please? Thank you. It's the hardware. The purple LCD enclosure has 4 wings that would align with the LGA 1400 backplate standoffs. I believe the GA2 LCD uses mounting lugs that reuses the screws. Yes, I think you are correct. Because here's the thingamaboppers for AMD. Which, looks like we reuse the same screws. Ant-Man says that the G.Skill Triton Z5 8000 RAM kit can run 4 sticks out of the box natively at 8000. I don't think that's true. You'll have to enable an Expo or XM2 profile. Get there. Very important to understand that there are little arrows with the word CPU pointing at the CPU. Make sure you put them in the right way for this particular cooler. If you don't, I'm sure you're going to be screaming at yourself later. Looking for cheap RAM. Link Project. We are all looking for cheap RAM. Is it? We're all looking for the RAM, man. If you find cheap RAM somewhere, please make sure you let us know. We are looking for it too. If you're looking for DDR4, Time Tech on Amazon has a kit for like $110 or something like that, and that's for 32 gigs. That's some of the cheapest stuff that I've seen around, so new. RAM and storage prices have spiked thanks to the AI boom. Yes, I know. It's thanks to Skynet, who is trying to create the Terminators. They are sucking our desktop DIMMs dry. There's a lot of sarcasm in that, if you couldn't tell. Need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Probably need that. I hate how the Galahad has so many freaking cables. I do dislike that a lot. I very much so dislike that. I mean, look at all the cables it comes with. It's like, the hell am I supposed to do with this game? On top of, here's everything. Like, what? What is all this? Make it one connection. And then, of course, a PWM header for the fans. And maybe the pump, too. That'd be nice. Been looking on DDR4, 216 gigabytes for laptop. They went up by $155. Yeah, they've gone up quite a bit. What's the most expensive PC that I built? I think the most expensive in hardware was around $10,000, and that was a Threadripper build with 256 gigabytes of DDR5 memory and a 5090. Yeah, which actually was a pretty good price considering the CPU and the board that we used. It wasn't like the bottom of the barrel Threadripper board either. So, now that we have all of that ready to go, we are ready
to get the case out. Shall we? Probably zoom out so you can actually see it instead of like my thumb on the case. Oh yeah, the SL Infinity fans use the GAL LCD. Yes. Have unusual connectors. You have to buy single fans and not the 3-pack because the later uses different connectors. I know. The later versions do, yeah. Or push and pull, yes. It is obnoxious, but we're not doing push-pull today. We're just doing standard. Literally running out. Oh. 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 Ah, there it is. Case already weighs like 25 pounds, no joke. Alone. But this is the Lian Li 011 Dynamic Evo RGB. And specifically with the RGB, you got RGB strips down at the bottom and the top, outlining the top and the bottom of the case, which is really cool looking. It's a nice touch. You can remove the bracket here after it gets in its final destination, I call it. You can remove this little black bracket and then you just have glass on glass. So that is something he could do once he gets it in place, but I don't recommend removing that until it's in place. And then of course, because there's no support there, don't put anything on top of the PC. On top of that, we don't want to like block any of the ventilation at the top anyway. So, but we don't want to add any extra weight. So, toolless entry to get into the glass. Which is super dope. Stand it back up. And I believe, can't remember if this has one screw. No, it doesn't. Again, toolless entry to get into the front glass as well. And then it's thumb screws on the back over here to get the top panel off. Just slides back and off. And then last, I believe the back panel is also entry. So we just kind of grab the back side here with my thumb right here and pull it away from the PC, and then it lifts right off. Super easy to get in here. Now, one thing that I do not care for on this case is this, because you have to deal with it while you're building, and I hate dealing with this thing while I'm building. I don't know about you guys. I don't put 2.5-inch drives in my builds anymore. It's very rare anyway. So this is like pointless. I understand. I like that Lian Li provides it, but what I would like to see them do maybe, and I know it hides the cables as well, which is cool, but make it so that you can easily remove this. But right now, the only way to remove this is 1, 2, 3, 4 screws, or at least the first 2. Slide it down, and then it could. Yeah, maybe we could just do with that.
while we're building it. I'll put it back on at the end of the build. Thank you. But it's really annoying to build around that. And then because we're using the side fans, we're going to remove these side panels. Which you could add more drives to that, I think. Right? Yeah. If you wanted or needed to. If you weren't going with side fans. And now we are pretty much exposed and ready to build. There is a used kit on Jawa. How much is that used kit? E-Machine is cooler. My first PC was a pre-built PC. And after 3 years, I wanted a good PC. And also experiencing building it myself. Building it, and then booting it up, and everything just worked. The feeling I got was amazing. Always. 119 bucks. Yeah. Remember to download more RAM, darn Tesla robots. And then the CPU becomes a factor with how it's binned. Yes. I'd still go QVL with any motherboard, yeah. It's kind of a requirement with DDR5 is just make sure it's on the QVL list. Chapter for fun. For FN. For fun, I assume that's what that is. What is this a good combo? Or what is this a good combo? An RTX 5070 or Ryzen 5 9600X? I think that is a good combo, yeah. Good combo. US only, I sit in Denmark. Ah, that's a bummer. It makes it even more difficult for you, Link. My first custom built PC had humble beginnings. A Ryzen 5 3600X, GTX 1650 Super, 28 gigs of DDR4, 3200 to 500 gigabyte M.2 NVMe SSD. That was actually pretty good. I don't know when you built it, but maybe for its time, that was pretty good. Okay, thanks. You're welcome. All right. So, get this flipped over. Get the board in here. The hardware for the case. Actually, just noticed. Remove this. How did we get to that? Let's stand off. I do like how Lian Li ships all their hardware in the box with its hardware kit. It is pretty fancy, not gonna lie. I do feel like I'm having 3 courses and the top shelf wine, my dear lad. Yeah, I feel pretty. So, this kit has the hardware for the case, which is going to allow us to mount the motherboard to the case. Hopefully. I am starting to lose my voice, guys. Hey, what's up, Steve? Welcome back to the build show, sir. Then I got hooked on upgrading, and the rest is history. Usually what happens to us PC builders. I built mine when I was younger. I was like 12 years old. Right around the time Medal of Honor Allied Assault came out. Actually, no, I take that back. It was around the time Unreal Tournament 2000. Unreal Tournament or Unreal Gold, was it? Can't remember which one it was. But I played a ton of that. I had to build my PC to do that. The Medal of Honor was secretly one of my favorites, Allied Assault. And then after that came Age of Empires. Then after that came this game called Total Annihilation. And then Call of Duty in 2003 came out. Game of the Year edition. Like the original Call of Duty. Eye-opener. I needed a better PC, so that's when I started venturing into more hardware. I found a Swedish website that sells used computer parts. Well, be careful. I don't know any of the Swedish websites out there that sell parts. So I can't tell you whether or not they're legit. Or know of them. But I can tell you, be careful. Can you tell the specs of the main PC you have right now? Sure. Which we're supposed to be upgrading here soon, in the near future. I'll eventually be upgrading my own rig, but I have a Ryzen 7 5700X on a B550 ASRock motherboard, which I hate. I hate that motherboard. It is the Steel Legend B550, and I absolutely hate that motherboard. The reason why I have it is because it was for a customer's build that ended up dropping out on the build, and then I just kept it for myself. I was like, it was past the return window, and I was like, I'll just keep it. And then as I used it, I found out that I hated it. So, what else was I going to say? I have a 3070 Ti in there as well, and a bunch of M.2 storage. I think I've got like 2 or 4 terabytes now mixed. Me or the streamer? I think he was talking to me. Sorry. If he wasn't talking to me, I'm sorry. I thought he was talking to me. And my name is Ben. I'm not... I don't see myself as a streamer. I'm just a dude that likes building PCs. Steve Anderson says, hello everyone. And then Ryan followed up. First system that I built was a custom built was a Pentium 233 MMX P2B motherboard and a 192 megabytes of EDO RAM, 8 gigs storage, I'm assuming. I was around 13 or 14 when I built it in 1998. Yeah, my first was a AMD around that same generation, but it was actually probably around Pentium, not Pentium, not same generation. Sorry, I'm thinking of Pentium 2 and Pentium 3s, but it was around the Pentium 2 or Pentium 3, and it was the AMD KM something. I can't remember. It's been so long. I had like 128 gigs of RAM, or 100 and something. I'm sorry, megabytes, not gigabytes, megabytes. I thought you'd have everything maxed out now. No, I'm not. I don't have a ton of time to game, so there's just no point in having all of that. My PC is probably 4 or 5 years old now, running 24/7. It never shuts off unless the power goes out. The poor soul. Ben 10. I got a new graphics card this year, but I'm thinking about upgrading the rest of my system next year. Nice. That's kind of what I used to do. I just kind of upgraded things as I needed it. And only the last like 2 years I've noticed that I like probably should be upgrading to the new platform. I'm hitting USB constraints with the cameras that I have and the microphones and all these things that I have plugged into the PC now. I'm realizing that I've reached the USB limit. I actually had to add a second card with its own controller to the system in order to get everything to work properly. Because I'd have my camera just randomly drop out on me, and it was because of USB bandwidth. And that's one of the reasons why I hate this board, is because it's so shared and cheap by ASRock. You can't like maximize the USB on it. 13th gen i5, 32 gigs of RAM right now. Nice. Steve Anderson, I'm testing to see how far GDDR7 can be pushed. I have mine right now at 1650.01. Gamed the last couple of hours with it. Nice. He is a papa. I am. I used Windows 98 and Mandrake Linux on that system. Nice. Hey, what's up, Squeeze? Welcome to the Build Show. We're getting sidetracked, but we are making slow progress on the build. Slowly making progress. Yeah, so now that we've got the motherboard, we can get some of the front panel connectors in and then start tackling some of the fans. Or do we just go straight to the fans? I don't know. Let's get some of these done. All right. Now that that's done, we could start tackling some fans. We'll look at the bottom ones. Let's see here. Wait, this guy is wearing a t-shirt that has ribs as PC cables. Oh yes. This is a shirt from the Gamers Nexus channel, actually. So, go find Steve's channel. You see my back, too. That spinal cord. The limited edition Gamers Nexus shirt. I finally supported them and bought a shirt. I think I also bought the Moscow Mule mugs. Oh, I forget how annoying sometimes these fans are. I mean, I love these fans so much. That's actually what I meant to say. Vent du Sadage du Var I Denmark. I don't know. Das sprechen Sie Deutsch? It's about the closest I'm gonna get. And even then, it's weak sauce. What's tonight's build? Tonight's build is a second build. So this is the second build, Steve. We've been going for 3 hours and 39 minutes already today. Ben, speaking of clothes, do you have any merch available in XL or 2XL, depending on how it fits on you? Not on hand, so it'd be something that we'd have to order from the swag store. Because everything, all of my merch gets made as it's ordered. So I'm actually waiting on a hoodie that reminds me for somebody that was supposed to be here a while ago. I need more coffee. Yes, Tony, me too. How would you say it fits? Small, true, size, or big? I'd say it's pretty true. But I will say the hoodies, some of the hoodies, for example, the hoodie with the writing down the sleeve, I had to go one size bigger than I would normally get, just as an example. But other hoodies in the shop, which are different style hoodies, they fit pretty true. I mean, if you need to return something, just bring it back here and I'll reorder it for you. If something doesn't fit right, for example, and then I'll make sure that gets to somebody that could use it. And then I'll reorder it. Different size. Oh, VMV, I forgot. I have 9 fans and 2 fan headers. Might get that GPU. Oh boy, nice 5090. Yes, this is a 5090. Sorry about the build specs up there from build number 2 or build number 1 are incorrect. I haven't updated them. Sorry about that, Steve. Or Masonic, actually. Sorry. As a link, not a button in the description. Yeah, you could do !point Discord and get the link. No, I think you can have 6 fans plugged into 2 fan headers. Thank you for the cheers over there, Tony. There we go. We got our first set of fans in. Reverse blades for intake at the bottom here. Good to go. Next up is our side fans. I just wanted to be number one. It's pretty easy, actually. It is over here. Sorry. I don't get very many people that cheer and all that. It's a 430 watt power supply on a 123 watt CPU and 180 watt GPU with 2 hard drives, 1 NVMe, and not even including the motherboard. What CPU is it? What GPU is it? They're all saving up for RAM. Yeah, everybody is. Quite literally. No joke. My 500 watt on blew it, overheated. This one doesn't. I don't know. What CPU and what graphics card are you running? i7 10700T. Get away from me. GTX 1066 gig. Yeah, you should be okay. I think you'd be okay. Are you asking me if 500 watts or 400 watts is enough? Or 430? I think you'd be okay. But I mean, if you're worried, get a bigger power supply. Well, thank you, Tony, for the gifted sub over there on the Twitch as well. Thank you, sir. You definitely don't have to keep doing that, but thank you. You gifted Link for Hunter. Might get a 5060 Ti and an 850 watt power supply for sure. That's not a bad idea. Okay, so now that we've got a second set of fans, oh. Jensen says you don't have enough money, make more money. Wow, how out of touch CEOs are these days. Yeah, and then they also... Something big just happened upstairs. They also say, to save more money, you need to buy more. The more you buy, the more you save, remember? Why does that not feel right? Next, we can install this rear fan and then start looking at our EPS cables. And then we're pretty much ready to, I guess we should probably start getting some of these hubs figured out, because I know we need one wireless hub for sure. Do you think NVIDIA is going to leave the gaming market and just focus on AI in the future? I know they want to, but I don't think they can. Do you have measuring tape? Let's compare sizes. What are we comparing sizes of? I got me old Stanley here. Only goes to 16 foot though, so depends on what we're measuring. That's what I was worried about. So this cooler has 2 USB header requirements if we use the hub, which sucks. That means I need a hub. I need a hub for the hub. Completely forget about this. All right. Working through this, guys. We're working through the hub crisis. Let's get... Oh. Probably dumb, right? Okay. Let's get this rear fan installed. Sorry, no, I'm not focusing on the chat right now. I've been heads down trying to get this figured out and done because, well,
It's starting to get late.
11 o'clock already. So, don't want poor Sonic staying up all night waiting for his build to be done. We gotta go heads down and get this done. Actually, that kind of sucks. What the fuck? This isn't even the right cable for this fan. Did I grab the wrong one? What is this? And why? Why is this cable come with this fan? This is the old one with a new wireless fan. Like, what the hell? I need to be able to power this new one. Thanks. What is it? Or did I grab the wrong one? I think I grabbed the wrong one. 'Cause I'm an idiot. Nope, that's just the controller. Don't need that. What am I missing here, guys? How are we short a cable? How is that even possible? This is not the right cable. Ah! That really irritates me. I gotta go digging and find a cable. I know I always forget you're 3 hours ahead of me. Yeah, it's 11 o'clock over here. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the kind words. I didn't realize that that was yours either. Sweet. Build. I love the Infinity fans. Yes, the Infinity fans are cool, except for when you run into a situation where the box doesn't include the cable that was supposed to be in the box for this particular fan. It is mind-boggling. So, what I have here is Lian Li cables. It's literally a AIO box full of Lian Li. And hopefully, I have one of the newer ones in here. But I don't think I do. I have all sorts of hubs and just random stuff. For fuck's sake. This is absolutely ridiculous. Am I crazy? No, I'm yes, the PWM cable, Jeff. This fan, this new wireless, it's supposed to be a wireless fan, right? Came out of this box, right? This is the Unifan SL Infinity Wireless 120. Okay? That is that fan. Came with this cable. This cable does not connect to this. So, what the hell? Am I lost? None of the cables that I have sitting here do. It just, either the cable just poof vanished. I'm an absolute idiot. Or that is actually what they sent me, which is what I'm 99.9% sure of. What I can tell you is that I don't have another cable sitting around here. At this point, I'm just like baffled. Why is this cable in this box and it was sealed? It was sealed. I pulled it open. Ah! Only other possible location I could have one. Over here by all this other crap. Give up. He's working on something. Please hurry on my free gaming computer now. You said you would give me one. I don't remember telling anybody that. Trying to figure out where in the hell this cable would have gone. I might have to go to instant replay, guys, which is not instant anymore. It was like 15 minutes ago. As stupid as it sounds, this is the cable that I am 99.9% sure was in that box. I don't have any of these newer wireless. I don't have any of these newer wireless fans sitting around here. Oh, this is annoying. I have no idea where they went. I had a bunch of new Lian Li Wi-Fi things. No, it was not used for something else on mistake. I literally just opened this, got to this cable, realized, hey, this is not the right cable. How is this even possible? And here we are. So now I'm in the middle of a meltdown trying to figure out what the hell I did with that cable, which doesn't exist. I can tell you that right now, it does not exist. And I was like, okay, well, I'll go find my other Lian Li cables. And those don't exist either. So here we are. I'm just gonna have to order a new fan. That's literally what it's coming down to. Because I don't have the cable. Or run to Micro Center tomorrow morning. And hope that they have that fan. It's not in the box. It's like, ah! It was very frustrating. It should not be this frustrating. Should not be, but it's okay. Like how is that in the box? Unless I'm crazy. Am I crazy? Maybe I've just lost it. Nope. Nothing. Well, this is interesting. Well, I'm to the point where I give up looking for this cable. So I'm going to order another fan, or I'm going to go pick one up at Micro Center tomorrow morning. And we're just not going to install the rear fan. We'll install that later. actually, this is the right part. The cable that was in the box was the wrong cable. So it is actually the right part, the wrong cable in the box. No idea how that's possible, but it is. So I placed an order at Micro Center, and I'll just drive to Micro Center tomorrow morning, pick up the part, and still have the PC ready tomorrow. It's just an extra hour of driving, 30 minutes to Micro Center and 30 minutes back for one fan, because the fan we have has the wrong cable, which is insane to me. I do not know how that is even possible. These cables are the ones that came with the AIO. These are not the cables. I wish it was that easy. And this was the cable that came with the fan, which is not the right cable. So I have no idea. I have a box of Wi-Fi components for these Lian Li Wi-Fi fans that were extra from other builds, and I have no idea where that box went. Maybe somebody took it. I don't know. I'm just shocked that we ran into this. So is what it is. Not a big deal. I could just go to Micro Center tomorrow and pick it up. At this point, I've wasted about as much time as it would probably take me to drive to Micro Center. Now, looking for a cable that I may or may not have. So, this is an unacceptable mistake I made. Dude, I don't know what you're talking about. It was definitely not my mistake. That's like the Noctua fan you got. The packaging had the wrong info. Sounds about right. Kind of like when I opened a new graphics card and found a Microsoft Xbox 360 power brick inside of it instead of a graphics card. So, Gartson, you can say whatever you believe. I truly, genuinely did not know this was going to happen tonight, or I would have predicted that. And if I could predict the future, then I would predict Powerball numbers, and I wouldn't be sitting here streaming PC builds. So, can't really predict that. Nothing I could have done. What we can do is, like I said, go get the part and still have it ready tomorrow. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he is too. I think he's been in the channel before a couple times, so I'm not too worried about it. Anyway, so that's what we'll do. We'll run to Micro Center tomorrow morning and we'll get the right fan, or get the fan again, and hope that it has the cable. I will literally open it up in the store and verify it has the correct cable, and if it doesn't, then I'll buy a triple pack, I guess, and make sure that has the cable in it, and then we'll get that hooked up. So in the meantime, I'm gonna get the cooler installed, but before we get the cooler installed, I'm gonna get our EPS cables installed. So I do need to get our power supply out. So it's not like a deal breaker for finishing this build or getting it fired up. Definitely not. It's just one fan in the rear. I am just like baffled at one, that the wrong cable was in the box, and two, that I could not locate my box of Lian Li parts. I was like, okay, well, maybe I combined it at some point. So I started looking in the other box, and then I started looking in the other two boxes that it could have been in, and of course, none of it's there. Here we are. Is what it is at this point. Moving on. Wait, that was you? What are you talking about? Oh, I don't care if Ryan wants to sell computers on my channel. Kind of weird, but I mean, if that's what's going on with that? Guys, I'm gone for like 15 minutes. Maybe a little more than 15 minutes. What happened here? Yeah, that was me. That was the Xbox power brick. That was me. Like, that was supposed to be a RTX 5060. It was absolutely insane. Number one, it was supposed to be a new card, and they shipped me an open box, so I was like, okay. I was constrained with building, so I was like, all right. I didn't even catch that it was an open box until we were doing the build live on stream, so unfortunately, we got stuck there opening that live on stream. I have no idea. I gotcha. I don't even care anyway. There's a ton of PC builders in this community that build PCs and they sell PCs, so we're kind of all just hanging out, building PCs and talking about parts and finding deals and helping each other out in a way. So that's kind of what the channel is, anyway. So forget all of that. I'm not going to sleep tonight, I can tell you that right now. Until I find out what happened to that cable. I'm going to go rewind on YouTube and figure out if I, like, set it down somewhere. That has to be the cable. That has to be the cable I came with. It came out of the box and in my hand, and then I was like, okay, this doesn't connect. This isn't right. Lovely. Actually, we don't quite yet. Alright, so those are the only two that we need to get plugged in before we go to try to mount this guy, which is going to require those types of cables. Which is why I'm like, okay, it has to be here. Like, what? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I said goodnight to you like now tonight. Scroll back, and I'm pretty sure that was the only cable you pulled out of that box. You scroll back. Thank you. What I'm saying, I don't think I'm crazy. I feel pretty crazy right now, but I don't think I am crazy. I just can't get past it. I gotta figure this out. See, these pin counts don't even count, do they? But even so, the plastics don't even match up to the holes. Like, the plastic notches don't match the holes. So, what is this? Oh, what an adventure tonight's been so far. Oh yeah, I don't even have my screws opened up yet. Nice. Well, thank goodness we have a Micro Center nearby. I'm only here to undercut prices. Nice. I wouldn't even care. Tonight, I'm at that point. Like, okay. The Alpha doesn't lose cables. I'm losing my mind, not cables. I'm losing my mind over a cable. How does that happen? From Leon Lee. You spend $30 on a fan, 27 something plus tax. So it's around $30 on a fan. And the wrong cable shows up in the box. How is that possible? I really want to clip this and then ask Leon Lee for my like hour back, and then all that time back for all my viewers too. Like, hey, can you pay us for our time? Because although it was me that made the decision to look for it for that long, but I have to travel 3 hours for the nearest Micro Center out in Miami. Yeah, I'm up here in Michigan, so ours is 30 minutes, the Madison Heights location here in Michigan. But I will say the general manager here in Michigan is a D-I-C-K. I mean that in the nicest way. Army Fat Man, welcome back to the Build Show. I have to go like 6 hours. Or you could just have me pick it up and ship it to you. Probably be cheaper than the gas. You're just a little bit further north than me, Army Vet. Okay. We have our... Actually, now that I have the washers on there, I want to double check. I want to make sure this actually will close now. Yeah, that's what I thought. It better close. Anyway, now that we have this in here, for crying out loud. It's going on 5 a.m. Building a PS5 controller, the worst model number. Nice. Anyhow, yeah. That's why I'm saying I could just pick it up and ship it to you. I'm a special cookie tonight, and I left the peels on. Now I'm trying to peel it off blindly. Thank you. That build PCs, they said. You'll have fun, they said. Pretty copper base plate. Yeah, I know. Nice and shiny, too. After we polished it up. Time to get it dirty. With some paste. The paste will keep it cool, yeah? Trying not to, like, drip it everywhere. What way do you want to go, Tubes? Holy smokes. These tubes have no idea what they want to do. Like, this is the most natural position. Seems legit. Sorry, I don't build with this cooler every day.
Wick fam, no way you also do the X and the 4 dots. Yep. Always have. PlayStation devs were doing the Fenty Fold while designing this controller. Yeah, it sounds about right. AMD typically needs more coverage given the chiplet design, plus your hotspot is at the lower side of the CPU, which is why I generally like to use the Arctic Liquid Freezer 3 coolers, because it has the offset mounting for AMD, but you don't get a pretty screen. So if Arctic really wants to make money, keep the exact cooler, except plant a screen on top. You know, that little magnetic thing? Add a cable to it, to a USB, make it removable, plug it, the VRM fan, magnetic. They'd make tons of money off of that. Because I would, for sure, be one that would buy the crap out of that. Tasty taste. Yeah. The feeling you were going to comment on the paste. All right. It's nice and clean. So, gosh, it looks so naked without the rear fan. Okay. We are ready to attack the streamers next. And or mount the GPU. But I think I'm going to put the 24-pin streamers in first. And then attack the GPU mounting. Don't need that. Need that. Need that. That. Don't need this because we already have one. All right. So for the vertical mounting, we are using the Cooler Master vertical graphics card holder kit thing. Oh my gosh. I'm so done tonight.
And then, behold, the great RTX 5090 that we're going to install. Which doesn't have tape on it, but they usually seal them. The worst screw is the fan screw. I agree with that. Fan screws suck. That is a behemoth of a card. At least it's not a Microsoft 360, Xbox 360 power brick. I actually hate Gigabyte for putting these stupid stickers on here that says gaming starts here. So irritating. It's supposed to peel all the peels, and it does not peel all the peels. You know, I just had a thought. Since we are putting this cooler in here, it doesn't necessarily need to be a Wi-Fi fan. That is right. This mother effer, mother trucker, has these, the older style, brand new, which will go into the hub that is connected to that cooler. I'm genius. I don't have to go to Micro Center tomorrow. It just sucks because they're not all wireless fans, but they're not all wireless fans anyway. Because Leon Lee refuses to put all the same fans on their coolers as what they sell in their cases. But I feel like, you know, a genius right now. All right, here is this massive behemoth. Look at that thick bad boy. It's a beast. And I don't see any putty bleeding out anywhere. Which, well, maybe a little bit right there. But I've never had the putty problem, personally. That thick. It's thick. Wait, so you did come up with what I'm watching? You as well? So I missed what you said. So these fans on the cooler are the older style fans, the way Leon Lee connects them. And I have one because this cooler uses the hub for the older style, but the rest of the fans in the system use the newer style, which is dumb. Thanks, Leon Lee. So I do have another fan sitting here, so I don't need to go back to Micro Center. I'm just going to throw that in there. It's the same exact style fan. It's a Leon Lee Infinity. Oh, thank you, Frozen. Or who is that? First time chat from Raider. Now we have lots of music going because I never get rated. And I always forget to change that. Hack the planet. Hack the planet. I don't know. How's hacking the planet going? But thank you for coming in and rating the channel. Much appreciated. And welcome all the new timers. We build PCs. Lots of fun stuff. Right now we're trying to cram a 5090 in this thing. So it's a Ryzen 7 9800X3D with 64 gigs DDR5 6000 CL30 on a Gigabyte X870E Aorus Elite X3D motherboard. RTX 5090. We have Leon Lee Galahad 2 for the cooler, and Leon Lee Infinity fans throughout the build inside in Leon Lee. Go figure. 011 Dynamic Evo RGB case. We have a 2TB Gen 5 SSD and a 1200 watt Seasonic Vertex power supply. So I'm currently, and we're mounting the graphics card vertically with the Cooler Master universal mount. Nice, got a lot of those parts. Yeah, it's a pretty nice build. Actually, the person who I'm building it for is over on the YouTube side, which is Masonic. High-end build, yes, it is. So some would call it a high-end build. Thank you, everyone, for the follows over there on the Twitch side. At least I have the same amount of RAM on my PC. Nice. Yeah, I think I'm still running 32 gigs. All right, so now that raiding party's done, we could probably turn the music back on because it gets so distorted. I have to fix that. I don't ever get raided, so it's very rare for me to get a raid and then all of a sudden I forget that I have to go back in and change that. You know. All right. So now that we have the card secured on the universal vertical bracket, we are pretty much clear to just throw this in there. Yeah, I know. We were joking about it. I was like, you know, you could walk into a room full of nerds and everybody with like a 64 gig kit or a 96 gigabyte kit, and all the nerds would be like, oh man, he's got money. You know, like it would be similar to rolling up in an exotic car in front of a bunch of, you know, people that have no idea what RAM is. So just using that analogy. Today, if you roll up with 96 gigs of RAM, that must mean you're banking somewhere. Yeah, thank you for the kind words. Thank you, Masonic, for following us over there on Twitch as well. And the sub. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. All right, so let's get this card thrown in there gently, of course. How do I want to do this? Typically, I like to lean the case on an angle, which is weird, I know. But number one, you guys can see, and number two, I can actually make this maybe happen. Oh, already got a problem. Okay, it's got to stand. This card's too dang heavy. It's too big. I wonder how many times she said that. It's so big I have to get on my knees. Here we go. Okay. Now that I have that actually in there. Yeah, that might be a problem with the hoses being on the bottom. Didn't really take into account how big the card is and where the hoses are. Kind of a good thing that this thing can maneuver. That.
7-year cycle, nice. This wasn't possible without the knowledge and the guidance from Ben. To be real with you, man, we were on the phone for almost 2 hours putting the blueprint together. It was a lot of fun. Until I almost lost my mind about a Leon Lee cable that's not here. But that might be entertaining for some people. Okay. So now that that is in, you can see this thing is a behemoth. The only other thing I could do is rotate the cooler so that the tubes are on the side of the RAM, or on this side, or on the top, and that the cables come down and around. And then I could maybe push the card in a little further. But right here, that is its destination. I mean, yeah, a lot of ladies will say that now, that he has such a massive card. I mean, what lady could not walk by and say, wow, that is such a big graphics card, knowing that that is a graphics card. Yeah, that is a big card. Let's get the strimmers in for the graphics card, which are also the wireless version, the newer version. There's not a whole lot to its packaging. And I can't remember. I forgot this one has the 90 on it. Completely forgot about that. Is there a way to rotate this? I think there is. Gotta be. We're gonna have to do some rotation. Or these strimmers just aren't gonna work out. I thought there was a way to rotate this thing. I gotta look it up. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, we are doing what I thought I was going to do.
what I'm doing is trying to make it so that I don't have a 90. It has really poor instructions on how to do it. I used to know how to do the old ones really easy. It says that there's supposed to be things included. I didn't see that in the box. What the fuck? Where does this shit come from? Still needs to rotate. What am I doing? Yep. I do recall this being an issue with this wireless one when we go vertical, which I completely forgot about. But there is no way, because it comes with an elbow, which is dumb. Very dumb. And if you're vertical, you don't want the elbow. So I just had to rig that up a little bit. It'll look okay. Ben, do you still slot a putty on the card or looks normal? Forgot to ask. Yeah, there's putty on this card, yeah. And it looks fine. I have RGB streamers in my PC. I like them a lot. Yeah, they're pretty cool. My GPU brings all the boys to the yard. They're like, how big is your card? Yes, exactly. Well, that's my point, is who's not going to walk by this thing and say, man, that is quite a big card. Onra, welcome to the build show. Welcome back, sir. Yeah, we're just putting a build together. You know, just a 5090 and stuff. Having a lot of fun with that. Looks like we got a little bit of a going on here. I'm gonna have to, probably gonna have to get a zip tie out. Wow. That one. Nice. Just dumped all my zip ties. Because, you know, why not? All right. Now we just got to get a hub installed. And then after the hub is installed, we got to install the power supply. And after that, we do a little bit of cable management. And bada bing, bada boom. We can finally fire this thing up. It's been a long one. I'm excited. Not sure about y'all, but I'm excited to finally see this one come to life. Dude. Okay. This hub. You saw the large amount like early models? No, it looked fine. Looked fine, man. Did not worry about it at all. Oh, that was such a terrible mistake. Okay, so these go... Flustered. Crap that I've been through. What? All right. We are nearly there. Actually, I have no idea what those are for. That's going back. That as it is. Why the cooler has that? Oh. Lots of SATA power requirements in the build. Fine. Wrong with that.
Thank you for the follow. Develop. Over there on the Twitch side. Sorry, guys. It's been, I'm burning out. You guys haven't gathered, I'm running out of steam. Definitely did not anticipate this build going this long. I was curious, are you able to get a 5090 close to MSRP? Gigabyte seems to have more fair deals on Gigabyte on graphics cards than the rest. Define MSRP for a 5090, and then I can answer that question. $2,495. Yes, we can find 4090s under that. Yes. I'm sorry, 5090s. See how tired I am? Okay. Le power cable.
These are just extensions, so they don't plug into the power supply, per se. But we have a bazillion SATA power cables that we have to plug in, so we have to get those plugged in. And that's powering all the hubs and things. Looks like we might want to plug this in first anyway. Whoops. Bumped the camera. Gave you guys some camera shake. Hope you guys don't mind. Okay. I think we are actually plugged in completely. don't know why this has to be so stupid. That almost ended up bad. But we got it on there. I think. Yeah, there. I'm done for the night after this. Alright. Who's ready to see the beast finally start up after all that fun? No. We all had fun. Don't worry, we'll get a side view. I just didn't want to show my buttocks in the camera while I was leaning over. Huh. Tony says he's ready. Me! Masonic says he's ready. All right. Let me know when you're ready for me to punch that button. Where is that bleeding into? Really? It is the case. We're getting close. When a GPU is going to hold the motherboard. Yeah, pretty much. Let me know when you're ready to punch that power button, Masonic. It's on you. Yeah, I know, owner. I get that a lot. Fire in the hole. I'll take that as go. So we're going to have two different flavors of RGB when we first turn it on. We're going to have our standard RGB on the top fans and the rear fan, and then the streamers and everything else is going to be on its own because it's on the wireless. The other ones are all on the hub. But once we get the software installed, we'll be able to control everything and tighten up all the RGB. I was hoping that it would actually come in and be RGB instead of white. I don't know why it's white. Like, really, Leanne? But okay. Kind of cool. Looks beautiful. Does look pretty cool. Tron looking. Yeah, when the fans are spinning, it'll light that up. When the fans aren't spinning on the graphics card, then it does not light those up. Just FYI, Masonic. If you're like looking over and you're like, where's my RGB on my graphics card? Those fans only light up when the fans are spinning. So when the GPU's in use, it'll spin the fans. When it's not in use and it's just idle, and there's a lot of airflow coming in from underneath it, which is going to help keep it cool, then you might notice that the RGB stops spinning. So right now we're just waiting for it to post, which is like the number one most important thing outside of the fact that it powered on. So step 2, you know, step 1, power on, cool. Step 2, post, and we're still waiting on the post. Typically speaking, it is 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, so I think it's going to take a minute for this memory training to happen. definitely doing something. Well, I think it's going to do it. Now it's cycling again. There's the post. Thank goodness. That was a long one. We'll turn off 0 RPM mode because that looks way too sick. Yeah. Yeah, we could do that from the Gigabyte Control Center. And then the RGB will be all synced up once we get the software installed. There's nothing I can do about that right now until we get Windows installed, drivers installed, and then the software Lian L Connect 3 installed. And then we can change all the RGB up. But we are officially in the BIOS, so we are cranking. And we've got the CPU, all of the RAM is showing up, and the storage is there. So that's all good news. And the fact that it powered on. So we are ready to install Windows. And we don't have to go to Micro Center because we just so happen to have that fan sitting over here in a box. New. Shine bright like a diamond. Yes, Onara. Yeah, I got that one stuck in my... I have girls, so I listen to that stuff. I have to in the car. But you know, bro, no worries. Shoot me a quick text after the stream to let me know what time it would be best for you to pick up. I will say this right now, Masonic, because it's already 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm probably not going to... I thought I was going to get done earlier and be able to kind of get Windows done on both of these machines that I built tonight. But because of that, I probably won't start Windows until the morning. And so it's probably going to be afternoon pickup. I will shoot you a message. I'll try to make it before the Lions game for sure, because I want to watch the Lions game. But I will do my best to try to get it done as early as possible tomorrow. And then we also have to benchmark it. So a little bit of time involved with all of that. If I start in the morning, I'm probably going to be done with it in the afternoon. Usually builds at night. I will push through, get the Windows installed, and get everything to the point where I can start the benchmarks before I go to bed. And then come back to it and check them out in the morning, and then rerun a couple of things. But at least makes it so I can get it nice and hot, which is what you want to do. You want to see want to see how it runs on a marathon. You boys versus my boys. Yeah. RGB software looks great. Oh, the Signal RGB software, yeah. Makes it easier. You're welcome. You're welcome. But I will text you and let you know when I'm getting close. Hello, sorry for that. It's okay, Onra. All good, man. All good. Well, there we have it, guys. We did get across the finish line tonight. I'm going to be able to sleep tonight because we have a fan in the back of that computer. Still not going to be able to sleep because of that. I'm going to return that and be like, this is dumb. Not even going to give them the cable because it's not the right cable. Or should I just put the cable in the box and send it back? I don't know. Haven't decided yet. Maybe I'll put it in a Corsair box and send it back to them. You know, just make them think about it. Yes, congratulations, Masonic. This is a piece of a build. But that's it for me, guys. I am going to cut it quickly here tonight because it is 1 o'clock in the morning and I've been on my feet for 6 hours and 14 minutes now building. So I'm burnt out. That is it for me, guys. Next build stream. Let's talk about that real quick. Well, I know we have a bunch of builds coming in. We have parts for builds coming in. So I just don't know what days those are going to land, but it's probably going to be another later in the week scenario. Unless we get the parts in earlier in the week. So I know I have inventory budget builds that I have sitting around here to do. So maybe we could squeeze one of those earlier in the week and then do customer builds later in the week. So maybe we do something like that, but just stay tuned. If you're not in the Discord channel, hang out in the Discord channel. It's the best place to figure out or ask, hey Ben, when are you streaming? And then I'm like, oh yeah, I should probably tell people that, you know. Some giant idiot. I think it is still broken over there, and I don't know why. Don't know why it's broken, but thank you, Some Giant Idiot, for dropping the link. Appreciate you. It works. Yeah. Yeah. Kinda. Thank you, Empower AI, aka Some Giant Idiot. That's it for me, guys. Have a good night. We'll see you on the next stream. Probably at some point next week. That's where I'm at tonight. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me this whole time, too, by the way. Long night. Good night, guys. Go Birds. No, go Lions. Go Lions. Go Lions. Have a good night, guys.